that they've been taking part in for quite a few years now. We'll be covering all the action live right here on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined today by Wayne Brasher, Matt Spider-Lee and Josh Ward. Brash, I'll start with you. Obviously a very important and significant day in our country's history, and it's a bit of a time for remembrance and reflection, and without obviously those sacrifices, we couldn't be here today enjoying the local footy.
No, you hit the nail right on the head there, Ryan, and good afternoon to you and the team and all our listeners out there on probably the most important day on the Australian calendar, Anzac Day. It's a day that where the many veterans sacrificed their time for and love for our country, and you're right, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for their bravery and the Australian spirit.
And Matt Spider-Lee, it's rare that we get you in for a pre-game, but obviously the marquee match, it's great to have you on board, and I'm sure you've seen quite a bit of footy over the last couple of weeks and have plenty to discuss this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ryan, and all the listeners. Great to be here, particularly at this really important match here this afternoon. And look, Anzac Day does bring about great significance, because we do remember and salute everything from the past, and we recognise that. But by the same token, there's still a game of footy to be played as well. I think that's really important for everyone to recognise. We do think about, with everything that's taken place this morning, dawn service and everything that comes with it. But I think the most important thing for players and everyone involved with the actual game itself is not to overload everyone with all this stuff on the outside today. You still got to go out and perform on the ground. So you let the community who are coming to watch the game enjoy that other side of it, and you're just a part of it. And your job still got to be focused on the ground. And there's 4 points up for grabs. So it promises to be a really exciting day. A club, Blackburn, that's going for 3 in a row to start their season, and South Croydon. They've had a bit of a bumpy start to the season. They're certainly under the microscope at the moment, and they'll be really looking to see if they can make some inroads and get this season up and away, but really looking forward to the contest.
Absolutely, and Josh Ward also joining us in the pre-game, and it's a big afternoon, and I think we said off-air just before, the last couple of seasons we've been here at this game, sort of been the reverse. It's been South Croydon coming in as the favourites, the hot side with the undefeated start. It's now actually Blackburn who would certainly come in as favourites this afternoon after winning their first two, while South Croydon, as Spider said, are still looking for win number 1 and getting their 2024 season off on the right foot.
Yeah, and Blackburn, their 2 wins have been pretty convincing against one of last year's grand finalists, and obviously down in Berwick. And for South Croydon as well, they've had two heavy defeats, you could argue, against Morton Park, where they only kicked the 4 goals, and East Ringwood in the opening round. So for South Croydon, it's going to be interesting to see how they go. It'll be interesting to see Brendan Allen up against his old side as well out here at Morton Park. So there's plenty of storylines in this contest, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got both senior coaches on, Brash, this afternoon to have a chat with us. Very interesting that Brendan Allen, every time we've been here, he's been part of the Blackburn Footy Club, now the South Croydon coach, so it's a bit of an interesting difference there. And then Anthony Fagen, who has had a rich history with the Blackburn Footy Club, now senior coach, and he's had a perfect start, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and I think the other thing is too, when you look at both respective coaches, they probably know a lot about both sides either way. When you look at it, Brendan Allen, he's coached Blackburn last year, so he'll know all the little tricks and nuances. The only thing that he probably hasn't come across is the man in Jake Hammond. That's
probably one of the biggest inclusions this season so far in terms of recruits, getting him back.
You're right, because I did say in the pre-season broadcast could Jake Hammond be that player that can propel them from maybe a 9 and 9 to maybe a 12 and 6 or 13 and 5 side, Spider?
Well, you made just a comment about the two coaches, and when you think about it, think of last night's game. So Adam Uze, he was in the Melbourne coach's box last season, and he goes to the Tigers. And then we had the Richmond coach from last season going into the Melbourne coach's box last night, as a line coach. So it does have the little twists and turns. But I think in one sense, for Blackburn, they've sort of taken their game in other areas because they want to play a little bit different to the way that Brendan coached them. And South Croydon, they're trying to evolve in a different manner as well, because they've got to readjust from what they previously were when they were a strong side, and now they've come back to the field. So they're in a little bit of a sense, they're in a little bit of a Richmond scenario, South Croydon, from that point of view, because they're coming back to the field a little bit, and they're trying to go again, and they've got to come back and try and get that depth and try and find it, and that's something that they haven't been able to do. So that's the challenge for these two coaches, to find something a little bit creative and something a little bit different for their mix.
Spider, which coach today? Which coach is the winner today? Can Fagen one up the ex-coach and make a statement, or can the wily veteran in Allen sort of reverse the tables and just put Blackburn back in their box a bit?
Well, he certainly will know some things, as you alluded to, and you can certainly put the pressure on and try and close down some of the ways. But I think Anthony Fagen will want to play the way he wants to play the game. I mean, Blackburn seem to have evolved their game style.
I agree.
In the last few weeks. So they're playing a more outside running game, lateral thinking, kicking game. They beat you with their speed and their pace. They're not playing the corridor like they probably have done in the past. They want to take the game on. They intercept well, and that's why they got that win over Vermont. Probably their biggest downfall last week was their their inaccuracy, but it was also probably a little bit of teamwork and a bit of everyone wanting to get on the score sheet. And that happens when you're playing a game like that. You kick that 11 goals, 23, because everyone's hungry for goals, and that you can sometimes step away from the team principles, and that's something that they'll want to address early in this game. It's a big game for them. They can't afford to go back into old habits. They need to put those habits aside and play similar to what they did 2 weeks ago, and see what they can do here this afternoon. But Blackburn will want to pressure them and make them make errors so that they can force a lot of turnover and frustrate Blackburn for the majority of the afternoon.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say to both Ryan and Josh, do you think the fact that Edwin Flack, right, is, it's a massive ground, right, and it's going to be really hard for sides that are used to kicking 100 points, 80 to 100 points per game, is 70 points? Are we going to rate 79 points for the winners as a really good winning score down at Flack this year?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's one of the toughest grounds to play at, and probably one of the biggest in the AFNL, and there wouldn't be too many easy shots. Like if you're kicking from 50 metres out on a very tight angle, it's probably the toughest shot you're ever going to kick, and even from 50 metres out, it's still going to be tough. So, I think Blackburn will be happy with scoring 89 points. That's because that's probably a little bit above the average, and maybe those behinds came from Berwick's strong defence. And
the win too. The win plays a factor there from at least the times I've been down there. Someone like Vermont last year, I think, only scored 60 points and they won that game, so there is a bit of a factor.
But it's hitting up your targets too, Ryan. When you consider watching a bit of that vision from the week with Berwick and Blackburn, there was a lot of just blasting away out of the middle of the ground and goals where they could have easily hit up some targets if they were more disciplined from that team approach and really given their forwards a little bit more opportunity.
Blackburn will improve on that as the season goes by. I think this is still a bit of a period where almost a learning period, Brash, if you'd say, in the first couple of weeks. Yeah. And the positive is they've been able to keep winning as well. So they win today. This is a big test for them. I know we've talked about South Croydon in the past, and it's a different side. They don't have the depth as much as other clubs, but this is still a big test for them. They've got to win this at home.
Well, exactly, because look, if you're looking at the form lines between the two sides, South Croydon have played Ballin and East Ringwood in the opening 2 games, and we know exactly where those two sides are sitting at this particular stage of the season, where Blackburn have beaten the grand finalists from last year, and a side that is expected to cause a few headaches on their home turf this year in Berwick. And look, I think Berwick have improved a little bit from where they were last year in the opening couple of rounds. I think you're right. I think this is a really, really good test for Blackburn at this particular stage of the season, because if they win today, right, sitting 3-0, right before Saturday's fixtures, and having a look at the way the Saturday fixtures could pan out, you know, some of these sides that are sitting 0-2, right, could already be struggling to be finishing in the top 4.
Yeah, Eastland good to come as well the
That's
following
right.
week, so it's a free hit.
That's right.
That's right. And we're going to talk about this division as a whole and as well as the other divisions quite shortly. Just to spoil what we're going to do a bit later, for the first time we're opening up the mailbox, or the mailbag. The mailbag, which if you want to get involved in, get onto EFNL Instagram at the moment. Check out the story and type in a question. We've got a few at the moment coming through. So even I just saw Blake Tennant put his one through. There's quite a few, so we're going to touch on that after the coaches.
Does that man Brasher know what he's they're talking about?
No mentions of Brash. A lot about who's this guy hosting. Really good stuff. There's a few on that. We'll touch on those a bit later. You don't have to compliment me. I don't need that, but there's quite a few on that. But we'll touch on that later. Let's talk about Premier Division as a whole.
Yep.
How interesting is it with the ladder 2-0 to 0-2, the top 5 versus the bottom 5? Doesn't ever really play out like that in the first couple of weeks, so that's a real big positive for
I think
for the clubs in the top 5, because they've been able to add that little gap.
Yeah.
I know it's very early, but it's a nice little buffer that they've been able to create.
Well, okay. At the moment, the way I see it, the two finalists from last year, Doncaster and Vermont, have probably got the most to lose this weekend, because I could envisage the Baldwin East Ringwood game could go 50-50, so either one of their sides are going to be 2-1 or 3-0. I expect Noble Park to go 3-0 this weekend. And for those two sides, Spider, if they don't get a win this weekend, they're going to have to find 4 games somewhere in the season, and those other 3 are going to have a real bad patch, right, to finish in the top 4.
That's right. I mean, you're going to have. That's why wins at the start of the season are so vital. You've got to bank them early, because things do happen. If you do have injuries, you know, some form might deviate, and potentially you might have a little bit of a flat spot. So you got to do it now. I mean, at the moment, we look at Doncaster East. They lose that match last week by 130 points, and then the next 2 games,
they got chances.
They got chances, but we can talk about it a little bit more in depth. But is it the covering over the cracks, or is it they've got to go back, get themselves some form, and then relaunch and try and get themselves moving? But
in fairness to Doncaster East, after speaking to a few of the people in the know at the football club, they had a lot of injuries. They had at least 7 or 8 players injured already going into that into that contest. And at least 6 of them would have been senior grade players. DeLuca was away on and was unavailable. But in essence, Spider, the way the game just panned out, you lose O'Brien and I think Haswell in the opening 5 minutes. Your bench is already down to 2, and then all of a sudden, in that first half, they actually got another 3 injuries, which sort of hampered their bench even more. And in the end, Shalakis went off in the third quarter with a busted shoulder, and they had nothing left.
Yeah, you basically drew everything out of it.
I'll talk about that
very
when
difficult.
we're finished.
Because we do have the senior coach of the South Croydon Football Club here, Brendan Allen. And Brendan, welcome. It's we've spoken to you quite a few times, just in different colours. You're in the blue today. It must be a bit of an interesting difference for you coming to the club as in the visitors' rooms.
It is. I had to get a GPS to find out what it was.
Did you actually have to? You didn't get your regular car spot too. You would have had to park down South Parade probably.
I was here early, so I got one, but no, it's a little bit weird walking back in here in different colours, but that's footy.
And what sort of impressed you about South Croydon and attracted you to the role? I think they were one of the last clubs to actually appoint a coach last season. What was the big thing about coming down to South Croydon?
I probably wasn't going to coach, and I probably was looking for a bit of a break, but yeah, I'd sort of their president Steve Quan had been, or our president, because I'm there now, was hassling me pretty well every day to come and sit in front of him in the interview, and I actually blocked his number. Had enough of him, but Dano King got a hold of me and talked me around to go and sit in front of him, and then I think 24 hours later I was the coach. So it wasn't great circumstances in which I left here, but that's footy. You're one day closer to a contract as a coach, or one day closer to getting tapped on the shoulder. So unfortunately, it was the latter. So, but yeah, look, it's great. It's every club's different. You think where you are at that point in time is the ultimate, but yeah, everyone's got their little quirks and differences, and it's a really good place, South Croydon. I thought Blackie was really family based. This is the next level, and it's good to be helping them, and hopefully we get ourselves on the board today with a bit of luck.
What was that defining moment when you put pen to paper? I mean, there must have been one thing that was said in that interview that said, I'm signing up for this. It might be a bit of a struggle initially. It might be some really hard work, but I'm prepared to give it a go.
It was pretty much, I got sat in front of the board, and it was a bit of a weird interview. They tried to shape it as a job interview for me, but I flipped it on its head and asked them about what was happening down there. And then once I got a bit of a story as to how they're being coached and how their program's been run, I thought I could make a little bit of a difference. And that sort of lit the fire a little bit again. And here we are, I'm back trying to teach and coach again, which is that's why you do it.
Did it make it a little bit hard because the lateness of the appointment to try and go out and really satisfy your needs? One, probably from a pre-season training, but then two, who you really wanted to identify to get the players that you really wanted, particularly in the first year. I mean, you secured Chris Jones, who's came back to the club from the Waffle and been there before. So, he's a great addition to what's been a setup. 196 centimetres. Not many players are running around at that height. So, you sort of had to scurry around to try and find some players pretty quickly, because it would have been a bit of a frantic period, knowing that you would have missed a few players along the way.
Oh, they're pretty smart. They had targets in mind, and they'd been doing a fair bit of recruiting in the background for a little while. So that part of the coming in was not too bad. It was probably more a scramble to make sure that I could set up the program that I wanted to. I think I got the job on the Thursday, and we started training on the Monday.
Brendan, impressions of the opening 2 rounds so far. You've played Noble Park, and obviously, you played East Ringwood in the opening 2 rounds, who have really taken all before them early on in the season. Is there anything to note in this season so far that's a little bit different from 2023?
Yeah, Noble are actually a bit of a surprise packet. They've got some really big body mids that they've recruited down there, and their system suits their ground really well. Add Kyle Martin into that this week. I think he was pushing pretty hard. So depends whether Hughesy was going to let him off the leash or not. But they're going to be an outfit to be reckoned with. You don't win a premiership 2 years ago and it all fall in a heap. But East Ringwood, definitely the benchmark, the way they've recruited, their system.
They run hard, don't they?
They run hard. We were with them until sort of 10 minutes into the third, and then just some silly skill errors hurt us, some easy goals, and that was probably the story. And we're still trying to learn a new system with me.
Yeah.
And look, to be brutally honest, there's still a few demons left from last year where they
fair enough.
They had some really close losses, and the boys have got to learn how to win again.
So having a look at the scores so far. I mean, look, you haven't really hit the scoreboard as much as probably what you hoped. Is it just the fact that the players are just, like you said, are trying to get used to your game style, so that can really open up for your forwards to try and take advantage of it?
Correct, yeah, and that's all on the back of the way we defend. So is that my mic doing that?
No,
I think it's just the wind in.
Just the wind.
No, it's every wind, mate.
Blackie's turned it on
Morton
for
Park
us. No, I think it's just more on the way the teaching the defence that I roll with. Once we get that, obviously we get the ball back, and then we can sort of work on our offence a little bit better. It's a little bit hodgepodge at the moment, but hopefully we see a little bit better system today.
Brendan, just on some of those new players as well, I've noticed that 5 of the recruits that have come across to the club are playing today. How much of an impact has someone like a Chris Jones and Trent Marotta, who's on a VFL list, and Tom Taylor and some of those players have had, how much of an impact have they had?
They're just new recruits down the club, and they're quality players. So Trent was at East Ringwood, and we're really lucky to have him across. They obviously recruited some very tall forwards, and I think he was sort of told that his opportunities might be limited as a VFL player. So we ended up sort of falling. We got gifted one there, if you like. And then Chris Jones has been part of the South Croydon fabric for when he was in Melbourne for a long time. So he's just slipped back in seamlessly. But the 2 Sydney boys, and Nath Kenny and Tim Tagg, they've been. Well, Nath was just a walk in off the street. Basically, he wasn't going to play footy, and then we found out he played 100 games of Southport. So that was nice. So, but yeah, Timmy's a little pressure forward, and he just keeps running. You'll like the look of him. He's got the long flowing locks that'll just keep going up and down the ground. So it'll be a commentator's dream, that one. But yeah, look, our recruits obviously were targeted, and what we needed. We want them to come in and perform. So yes, Tommy Taylor was dominating up in Outer East. I think he found it a little bit more difficult last week in his first game, but he's a quality player. He uses the footy pretty well. And
how crucial have some of the more experienced players in the fold, like the two Kings, Max and Dano, Braden Kilpatrick and Daniel Cooper as well. Some of those leaders, how crucial have they been to help yourself and some of those players come into the club?
There's the reason why Dano's played 300 odd games of footy. He's a gem. So, and the way he trained, the way his pre-season went, like he could probably play for another 5 years the way he's going. So
he's probably your biggest ally too when you get the appointment, mate.
100%. Yeah. So look, to be brutally honest, if he didn't ring me, I wouldn't be here. So, but yeah, no, he's just one of those genuine.
Yeah, he's a great
guys. Yeah. So, but yeah, obviously you look at Max. Max didn't play hardly any footy last year. Cooper was missed, I think, all but 3 games. So there's a few guys that are coming back. They've obviously got to get themselves back up and going as well. But yeah, those that leadership, having been entrenched there, has helped no one.
Is Max going to play more, think, this year now that Jones has come into the lineup, or do you think it's going to be a bit of a combination because you do have a profile with the team that he's ageing a little bit, and you're trying to probably not use him for a high amount of game time in the one position? Is that sort of what you're trying to do? Trying to get that bit of a mismatch and trying to keep the opposition guessing a bit and trying to get a few different sort of matchups, especially down forward where you might be able to outmuscle some teams, and particularly against some under-strength defences? Yeah,
well, it's funny. Like I had Lockie Harry at Blackburn, and that was it. There's my rock, but now I've come South Croydon. I've got a bit too tall, so we've been a little bit unbalanced the last couple of weeks. But it was funny last week. The interchange bench was set up right in front of the Smokers Pavilion at Noble Park, and a few of the boys were getting maxed about being too old, and he just turned around and said, "I'm only 27." So he's not that old. So don't put him in a wheelchair yet. So,
Brendan, in Brendan Allen's best side, where do you think that Max King's best position is? Where do you really want him to be in your side?
Ruck. Pretty simple. Yeah, pretty simple. You want a Chandler as a ruckman.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then with Jim Wilson and Trent Murata, we've got our 2 tools up front. So.
Brendan, we really appreciate your time. It's a busy afternoon ahead. We'll let you get going. So thanks again for coming on board, and hopefully all the best this afternoon as well as the season ahead.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks, Brendan.
Brendan Allen, the senior coach of the South Croydon Football Club. Obviously coming across from Blackburn last season, and has done a great job at the club there, and has come into another strong club in South Croydon. So looking forward to seeing how this game plays out. Having a look at the reserves game at the moment on air, it's Blackburn 12-3-75 leading South Croydon 3-2-20 in the reserves, and obviously their reserves team, Blackburn, has been strong for quite a number of years.
Well, it's just the depth, isn't it? I mean, you just have to look out there. And
it's interesting that he said that. I found that quite interesting because I think there's been an opinion in the Spider and the Eastern Football Netball League now for a few years about where Max King, obviously the best value to South Croydon, and there'd be a train of thought out there for a lot of people that would think that Max King's best value is at full forward.
No, I think he's a ruckman.
He's a ruckman, but that would rest forward. That's how I view it.
Well, every time we've watched, they've looked so much more dominant when he has been in the ruck, and that's a big.
I reckon he's the one
strength of the side.
I reckon he's the one player that you don't take off the ground to give a rest.
And I think
you use him at full forward.
But I think what I was alluding to is that if he can take the opposition's other tall player down to the defensive part of the ground, the opposition are going to go, hang on, we don't really want that matchup.
No, we don't.
So all of a sudden, you can really pinpoint and go, well, hang on, they can be a little bit undersized here, so we can really dominate for a good 10-minute period, because if he gets his hands on a couple of times, well, there's a couple of goals. So that's the key and luxury that you've got. So
sometimes when you play him full forward, it actually changes their game plan as well.
certainly right. And we do have the Blackburn senior coach, Anthony Fagen, on his way shortly.
Yep.
Just having a look at a couple of things ahead this weekend with Premier Division. 2 big games. One of them's Baldwin versus East Ringwood. The other, Vermont versus Roval. We're going to leave that one because we're obviously there on Saturday. But just quickly on Baldwin East Ringwood before we move on. That's probably just about match of the round almost. 2 sides in ripping form. Baldwin's probably a little bit more of a surprise. I think we thought maybe that potentially they were going to drop off a little bit this season, but they've started really well and their forward line's ticking.
Well, yes, it is, and I look at you look at the 2 sides' form leading into it, and look, I find it hard to take a line through East Ringwood's form, but what I can say after watching them is they've got a very, very, very deep midfield, and the one thing that I reckon that they may be able to do on the weekend is I think they might be able to expose Baldwin in leg speed around the contest.
Yeah.
And we'll touch on that shortly because we are joined by the Blackburn senior coach in Anthony Fagen. First season as senior coach. It's obviously a fantastic legacy you've got here at Blackburn, but how's it been just slotting into the role this season?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I took over probably mid-October, last year, and we got the group together in the first week, and ever since we got together, they've been really hungry to improve and to get better, and we've been sort of focused on a growth mindset and just continually getting better every week. And we've got great depth in our list at the moment, as you can see with some of the guys playing out here at the moment. So, we're looking forward to the opportunity today and getting to work.
How good is that for you to have? Obviously, the reserves have been so strong for a while. There's some really impressive names that could be playing senior footy at any club in the reserves right now. 19's a strong, junior program's fantastic. Does that make life a little bit easier knowing, if you do have a bit of an injury crisis at all, you've just got the players to come into and fill the roles?
Yeah, it obviously makes it quite difficult from a selection point of view. It's a great problem to have for the footy club, but also we've got to manage a lot of those guys really well, making sure we're open with our communication, conversations with them, and continually invest in their footy. They're an important part of where we want to go, an important part of our journey, and we're going to need a lot of these guys throughout the course of the year to help us making sure we can give ourselves the best opportunity to win week in, week out. Freshness
is the one word I think of when a new coach comes in, new ideas, and talking to a lot of the players from Blackburn, they all say that that's what you've brought to this group. They felt over the last 5 to 6 years the place had become stale. The same message. They needed something a little bit different. They needed to learn new ways to play their football. And that's what you brought to the table, and they're starting to embrace those new methods, and that's very evident the way they went about the pre-season. Thought that you went really smartly about that, playing against some really quality oppositions in terms of a side like Aberfeldy and also Old Collegians who won the VAFA last year. So you really did your homework over the pre-season to prepare yourself for that round 1 game, which ended up winning here against Vermont, and that really got you up and running.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking about it with my dad after the game. You sort of spend your whole pre-season, you're setting yourself up for the start of the season, and now we're into the grind of the season pretty much. So you got to move quite quickly from week to week. But we thought we had a great pre-season. We thought we had a good program to set the boys up to be successful, and we thought that some of our guys had improved throughout the course of what would have been sort of 45 sessions we had sort of leading up to the start of the season. And we think we're in a good spot, but we've certainly got plenty of work to do to get to where we want to go.
I want to talk about selection integrity, and I think that's really important because last week you play a team like Berwick, right? And you probably look back and you've reviewed the game and you say, look, we kicked 11 goals, 23. You have to come to the selection table this week and you go, okay, we've got to pick our best side to win this match. And sometimes you've got to have that hard conversation, as you alluded to. But it's not just on playing that one game or having that one like the previous week. I take it that you look at it in essence as a block of form and giving everyone that opportunity. So it might not just be, you missed a week here because you're unavailable, or you missed a training session because you had this on. You take that all-encompassing view that if you warrant selection and the integrity is there, you will get picked. And that's a good thing because you've got players here that have to fight for their spot, because probably in recent times they haven't really had to do that. They've just been picked potentially on a reputation or what they might have done in the past.
Yeah, you're spot on with that, and our greatest challenge has probably been unavailability with weddings. We've had 4 players miss through weddings in the first 2 weeks, so we had 2 last week and 2 round 1 versus Vermont. So we get a couple of those guys back this week, and young fella Jesse Brown, who impressed with his pre-season. He was in great nick, and he actually went to South Africa for his mum's 50th. So he missed the last practice game in round 1 against Vermont, and he looked like a senior player right from the start last week. So looking forward to see not only him out there today, but also his growth and development as the season wears on.
Anthony, you understand the lay of the land in this football club. You've been a player, you've played under many coaches, you've also done an apprenticeship, and now this is your time to shine. How have you embraced the challenge, and did you find it a little bit daunting at the start when you took on the job and you sat back and you thought, Lord jeepers, how am I going to can I get this, can I change this around, and how have you measured it?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I reckon the first training session was probably the most nervous I've been out of everything. The one thing I think is most important for any coach or any leader really is to get buy-in from everyone, your players, your staff, your coaches. So that was probably the biggest thing that we really tried to make sure we're all on the same page and we're on this journey together. And I think we've got that for the vast majority at the moment, something we need to continue to work hard with. But we're all on the same page and we understand where we want to get to and how we can get there. Can be quite powerful. So that's an ongoing process, but something that I've tried to establish just with the relationships and connection with a lot of guys involved at the footy club, both players and support staff. So we think we've done that well, but we can certainly get better, that's for sure.
One player in particular who I have a very high opinion of, and he's been around the club now and he's a young player, I feel, on the up and up, but I sort of feel like that Blackburn haven't found his best position yet is Charlie Oglethorpe. I've seen him when he's played down back, and then I've seen him play forward. And at times I look at him and I think, you've got so much potential, but I don't think Blackburn have found his right spot. Have you had a bit of a think about where, and you've seen him play, where do you think that he can offer you the best value?
Yeah, I think he's been terrific the first 2 weeks, and he's been playing as a forward. And he had a great pre-season. He's a terrific young man, a great young leader, and we're really excited to see his continual progression. But I think his first 2 weeks have been really outstanding, and I'm looking forward to see what he can do again today. He's playing against his boss as well, so
well, that's interesting.
Just a little
there's a little bit of that. Yes.
So going back to Edwin Flack and Berwick's home ground, I know you kicked 11-23 last week, which Spider alluded to.
Yeah.
Do you think that scoreline that you kicked really was indicative of how well you played? Because I noticed in your stats, you picked up an extra 50 disposals on your round 1 clash, which gave you a lot more opportunities. Does that bigger ground really suit your game plan rather than a smaller confined ground like Blackburn?
I don't necessarily think so. I think we were terrific early last week. We didn't quite get reward for effort early in the game. I think we kicked 3 goals, 8 in the first quarter, and they didn't score. So I thought we were really dominant early in the game, particularly our ability to transition the ball and then lock it away in our front half. We talk about being a forward half team, and that was really evident early in the game last week, which is disappointing. Like, we missed some easy shots last week, but also some of our entries, we did get caught a little bit wide at Berwick, or maybe having shots from
or
more
blazed away a
range.
bit. Yeah,
so that centre forward position is a bit of a no man's land, because you sort of need your centre half forwards to play a little bit more towards full forward to allow the carry of the ball, don't you?
Yeah, so like next time we play out there, we can definitely learn some lessons from that. But I think the way we went about it, and particularly our ability to lock the ball away in our front half and score from turnover was impressive last week.
And one other young player I want to focus on, Billy Hicks. He's I think he's on Vauxhall Hawks. VFL Listen was a highly touted draft prospect last season. What kind of role do you expect for him to play this season? Because just looking at the vision from previous games, it looks like he's played a bit higher up the ground with the likes of Toby Wooler and Jake Hammond down in the square.
Yeah, he'll play majority forward, and he'll do that again today. He has played a little bit in the midfield, played second half in the midfield last week, and he did in the last quarter against Vermont as well. So it's good for him developed to making sure he continues to progress with his footy. And but I think the best opportunity for him to play VFL footy is going to be as a forward, and we'll make sure we continue to invest in him. I thought he's played some great footy without getting any reward the first 2 weeks. He probably could have had 4 goals 5 minutes into the first quarter against Vermont. Had 3 shots out in the game, and then He had another one just out in front of us 5 minutes into the second quarter. Fortunately, he missed all of them, but he's getting good looks offensively. He just got to convert inside 50.
Anthony, really appreciate your time ahead of a big afternoon. We'll let you go. All the best today and the season ahead.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good call.
Blackburn senior coach there, Anthony Fagen. We're going to go to our first ad break, and then when we're back, we're going to jump into the mailbag and have a closer look at this contest. You're listening to the Eastland match of the round. It's Blackburn versus South Croydon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Morton Park. Anzac Day coverage between Blackburn and South Croydon. The big senior game ahead shortly. At the moment, the development game between the two sides is Blackburn 14 goals, 387. Leading South Croydon 3-3-21. That's 16 and a half minutes to go in the final term. We've got about 10 minutes here to have a bit of a chat before the ceremonies begin. And what we're going to do is open up the mailbag, which you can get involved in by going to the EFNL Instagram page.
Have we screened some of this mail? Have we had to have a...
Well, I won't read out the names in case people don't want their names read out.
We're not going to name and shame.
There's so many about me and my my abilities as hosting and fantastic job. So I'll skip through those.
None about Surrey.
There's quite a few.
None about Surrey Park.
None about Surrey Park.
They were all from Jess.
Let's jump on my burner accounts, which I've been quickly adding in a few. But let's go to Matt Fodia's, the great Matt Fodia, a former EFNL media manager. Who are the Premier Division favourites after 2 rounds? Some strange results thus far. All right, so let's have a quick chat. If you had to pick one, I don't want a list of them, just one Premiership favourite so far.
Bowen.
Spider?
East Ringwood.
Josh?
East Ringwood for me as well.
I have to go with East Ringwood as well, but that might change on Saturday. They both meet up. Anzac Day medalists today, and we'll probably touch on this a bit later, but who's in the running?
Well, you'd have to say Max King's in in control. I reckon Bajaya could be in the midfield. He could be a candidate. Jimmy Wilson down in the forward line for if he gets on a roll, he can kick 6 or 7 goals. And I think there's a few from both sides. Paddy Lawler.
Elder said Paddy.
Yep.
Hart.
Yeah, Jason Reid.
Yeah, Reedy's been back in the side a couple of weeks now, so he'll be one of those players that'll be looking for a big game.
Kate Answorth.
What about Tom Marr down back? He's had
good
a
pick,
brilliant start to the season. They did some of the intercept work he's been able to do, particularly on Kalkowski a couple of weeks ago, and they're creating that run as well. And if they can get that lateral movement, as we spoke about, and that's ball movement with speed through the midfield, connecting and really pressure South Croydon into making some mistakes. They're set for a big day. And even up forward, you wouldn't even put it past Troy Wheeler, who could kick a bag of goals today. It's sort of his sort of day. He can clunk a few. He's got all the prospects of kicking 5 or 6.
Joshua throwing Matt Jones as a roughie. He was best on for South Croydon last week if they get up.
Yeah, I think he is definitely a bit of a roughie. Matt George as well. I mean, you've got Braden Kilpatrick and Dano King, who could wind back the clock, Dano King. But if it was for South Croydon, I think it'd have to be Max King.
And on top of that, you mentioned Jason Reid. One of the questions was, who stops Jason Reid today?
Yeah, well, that's going to be an interesting one because
he'll be stopping players, you would think.
Do you reckon he goes to Kilpatrick?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Lock him down?
Yeah. I'll be interested to see who they've got in mind for Jake Hammond this afternoon.
I'm excited to see him play.
Well, we actually didn't mention him as an Anzac medalist potential, but
if he gets on
fire, he's mercurial. He is a mercurial type footballer. He can take marks. He's got a tank on him. He's probably the consummate forward, Jake Hammond, and it's great to have him back in the competition. The other question that I reckon that could have been, if we had some good listeners out there, and I know we have, but we haven't been asked a question, out of the 5 sides that are 2-0, right, which one of those 5 sides doesn't make finals?
So, listing them off at the moment, East Ringwood, Borwin, Rowville. Who else we got? Blackburn and Noble Park. I think Noble, if you had to pick one at the moment, might be the side. Maybe Blackburn. I want to see a bit more from Blackburn still. I think they've impressed me a ton in the first 2 weeks, but they've got a lot to improve because they had some good performances last year and we're sort of just teetering on the edge of finals or missing out. So I want to see a bit more from them and Noble as well.
Yeah, Borwin for me. I just would like to see them replicate. I know Brenton Sanderson coached fantastic last week, being able to stop the kicking game of Vermont. He really pressured Vermont, made sure they made turnovers, put that forward pressure on, really exerted them. I think Borwin's still a team we need to watch because they had a couple of... they've had that easy win in round 1, had the win last week, but I need to see them replicate and put a couple together against some quality opposition, and then that might tip me in the other direction.
What holds Blackburn in good stead and you would probably say out of the five that we've talked about, that they would be the most vulnerable. However, that being said, the 2 finalists from last year, right, in both Doncaster East and Vermont, are severely lacking in scoring power early on in the season, and that is a worry. That is a worry for both those sides moving forward.
Well, Donny East would have to start moving. I know they've got 2 pretty easy ones coming up. They would think tickable ones off.
Yeah.
But they can't afford too many more,
they have
slip-ups.
They
wouldn't have expected that 10-point loss to Noble in round 1.
They're very lucky with their draw that they've got the next 2 against Norwood and Berwick.
They have to be 2-2 after 4.
And I think they will. Having a look quickly, a few more. Is there a better crowd than Morton Park on Anzac Day?
No.
It's a good crowd here usually.
Very good crowd.
We had a big crowd last year at Cheon Park as well.
I think this fixture's always been a special fixture, and and because not much is happening in Melbourne, the Eastern Football Netball community as a whole really does get behind this fixture.
Well, I think Blackburn historically have always had a big supporter base around this area, and they've built it over a long period of time. I think the challenge is whether the South Croydon faithful are going to come down on the train or drive down in their droves. In the past they have when they've been up near the top, but now are they going to support their club when they're just struggling a little bit? That's when I get the indication that you're a real great club when the times aren't as good and challenging, that you're still there and you're supporting the club. So probably haven't seen as many of them here as what we have in the past so far today, but they might be on their way. But Blackburn look like they've got a strong gathering here as they always do.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember last year at Cheong Park, I just remember in the pavilion seeing a sea of red jackets.
Gee, it was a warm day there too.
It was a very warm day compared to today, which I'm somewhat of a fan of the cooler weather, but it's a lot different compared to last year.
Certainly right. We're about to go to our last ad break in a second. Just a couple more. Bowen Smith has put through. Is Charlie Haley the best small forward in EFNL history?
Ooh. No, definitely not.
Spider?
He's
one of. I don't think he's the best, but he's in a conversation. I think there's a few others that would probably have that mantle, though. He's getting close, though, if he keeps on his form.
I love Charlie. I reckon I love Charlie. I
think Charlie's paying Bowen off somehow.
I actually reckon Charlie sent that question in and just used Bowen as a
use
cover.
Bowen's Instagram account. There's a few more, but we are going to have to go to a break in just a minute.
Oh, really?
Yes, we are. Spider, you're all going to jump off and come back at half-time.
Yeah,
but,
I'll be back at half-time. Looking forward to it.
In 30 seconds, tell us your tip and why they're going to win.
Blackburn will win this game. I just think the way that they'll move the ball will simply just be too good for South Croydon. I'm just not sure they're going to be able to cope with the defensive pressure of Blackburn's. I think Blackburn will be able to get them on the outside and work them over through the inside of the ground, and I think they've just got far more options up forward. South Croydon will be competitive throughout the course of the game, but I think Blackburn will do enough. Round about the 5-goal margin, that's all they've got to do. Get the win and tick this one off, but I think Blackburn for me will be a bit too strong. Just more depth through the midfield. Simple as that.
Matt Spiderlee there, who will be joining us at halftime. Brash and Josh, you'll come back after the break.
Yep.
And we are going to be back shortly for the ceremony, the Anzac Day ceremony here for the Eastland match of the round between Blackburn and South Croydon.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Anzac Day coverage out here at Morton Park. It is Blackburn versus South Croydon. A big game ahead. Thanks for joining us, whether that be on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or on our Facebook and YouTube streams. In the pre-game, we've spoken to both senior coaches, Anthony Fagen and, of course, Brendan Allen, who has come across from Blackburn to South Croydon. Quite interesting little factor to this game as well. Currently in the reserves game between the two clubs, it's Blackburn 16 goals, 5, 101, leading South Croydon 3-7-25. Just 4 minutes ago in that game before the ceremony to kick-start the afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Josh Ward. Ben Warren-Smith, first time for the afternoon. You've been to a few of these games. It's always a good contest between the two clubs.
Good afternoon, Ryan. Good afternoon to everybody. And great to be here again at Morton Park. A great tradition this game has been for a number of years now. And it's just been chatting to a few of the old faithful, the brethren in the red jackets who have, been with this club for the best part of 30 years. And it's great to see those types that are still coming out to the football, still loving it, still cheering on their boys. And the ground looks an absolute picture out here. For years, this place was not up to standard for a Premier Division side. It struggled right through the middle of the patch and was always quite muddy and wet. But now it just looks absolutely superb out there. It looks dry, even though we've had, bits and pieces of rain over the last week. But just having a look at the reserves, which is, pretty big win it's going to be to Blackburn. It's really nice underfoot as well. So I'm expecting like a really highly skilled game today as well. And I think the doggies are going to be in it for a long way as well.
I agree. I think they're going to be it's a big test of Blackburn still. I know they've got off to a good start, but they certainly need to win this one at home if they're going to prove to be a strong contender this year for the flag. Wayne Brasher joined us in pre-game, and you're back on again and looking forward to what should be a fantastic contest between two Premier clubs and your first game this season for 2024 too.
Yeah, it is, and what a clash to come back to. I've been very privileged to do probably the last 5 Anzac Day clashes, Ryan, and they never disappoint, and I'm not expecting to be disappointed again this afternoon. And I've sat back and analysed both these sides, and I can see this game being really tight for about 3 quarters, but I can just see the youth of Blackburn and just the ability to run on top of the ground. I think they've got a bit of a different game plan under Fagen this year, and I like the point of difference that he brings to the lineup, and I just think that it'll be close for 3 quarters, but I expect Blackburn to prevail, and they'll probably run away with it in the last quarter. I think they'll win by about 4 goals, 24 points.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. We'll certainly go through the tips quite shortly. Josh Ward also joining us again, who was on pre-game, and you were here last year, or actually at Cheon Park last year. Much different conditions. It was the perfect day. A little bit different today, but hopefully the rain holds off and we still get a strong contest.
Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty strong contest. My sentiment's exactly like BWS and Brash. Just Blackburn, they've really impressed me these opening 2 rounds. I definitely didn't rate them too highly in my Premier Division ladder predictors. But Anthony Fagen, they've had a fresh start, and I'll keep saying it, but it's great. I think it is great for Blackburn to have that fresh start after 6 years under Brendan Allen. So a great stint for Allen, who I'm sure will enjoy being back out here at Morton Park, but as the enemy, which is quite remarkable.
It's a good little extra storyline, Brash, but sometimes, and you're right, I think he did a great job at the club, but sometimes, 5 or 6 years and just couldn't quite get him to that ultimate glory of a premiership, and sometimes it's always good to make a change and try something new, and I think they've gone about it the right way, Blackburn.
Well, they have, and look, nothing lasts forever. The thing is, sometimes you've got to realise that, all right, you may have an up-and-coming list, and the thing is, you have to look at the coach on a year-on-year basis, and you've got to analyse, can this coach take us to the promised land, or do we need a point of difference and a new coach just to give it a fresh breeze. And I think Blackburn, I think they've probably done the right thing. But, you know, once again, there's always winners and losers. And, look, Brendan Allen's still able to pick up a Premier Division job in South Croydon. And he gets a chance to once again show his wares in the Premier competition in Victoria.
Yeah, absolutely right. And just in a moment, we're going to go cross down to the boundary because we do have a Anzac Day ceremony about to occur. We've got the cameras down there at the moment, and also on the boundary, Blake Tennant and Christopher Curtis. Boys, if you're down there at the moment, what are the conditions like out there? There's a bit of wind that we're feeling, but how's it all out on ground level?
I don't think they can hear us.
I don't think we've got them yet. They haven't got their headsets on, so we'll wait for that in a moment. But let's go. We can go through tips before the ceremony actually does start. Josh, we'll start with you. Today's and throw in an Anzac Day medalist as well.
Blackburn by 5 goals. I'm going to tip Kate Answorth for the Anzac Day medalist.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go. I'll stick with what I just said. I think Blackburn by 24, and I'm going to go Jake Hammond.
Yeah, good tip. BWS, your tip, margin, and best on ground.
Great minds think alike, and nothing makes me happier than sitting next to Brash again this afternoon. But I'm tipping Blackburn to win by 4 points today. I think it's going to go right down to the wire. And I love the fact that Jakey Hammond's come back to this club after a couple of year hiatus, and he loves a big stage, he loves a big game, and I think he'll be one of the main players today, and I'd love to see him take it home.
I'd love to tip differently and go South Croydon, but I'm going to stick with Blackburn to that 3 to 4 goal margin. And for me, I will tip the captain in Paddy Lawler to get best on ground. Believe we've got the boundary riders now. They've got their headsets on. Blake and Chris down on the boundary. What are the conditions like down there? I can see Blake trying to...
G'day, boys. You there?
Yes, we're here, mate.
We've got your whispers. Come on.
Hey, boys. How are we? Good conditions out here. Overcast conditions, as you can tell. A bit of rain that was around, but that is now gone. So perfect conditions for footy, I reckon. A little bit of wind coming our way where we are on the boundary here, but I was listening in to you boys. I'll give you my Anzac Day medal and tip today. I think Blackburn too good today. I think they'll win by 20 points as we now go to the ceremony, so I'll tell you after.
Obviously, Anzac Day, very important day in Australia's history. And we're both fortunate. I know talking to Steve and their club, very fortunate to play on Anzac Day. So very much appreciative of all you coming and the players, obviously, to Jolly and to the boys from the EFL, to Brandon from the Army. Very much appreciative of coming today, and to Peter from the local RSL. Again, very much appreciative, and over to Brandon. Thank you.
The Honourable Michael Suka, MP, distinguished guests, veterans, coaches, players, support staff, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here today, I want to take a moment to reflect on something much larger than our game. Anzac Day, a day etched in the fabric of our national identity, a day of remembrance, of honouring the courage and sacrifice of those that have served and continue to serve our nation. Anzac Day is not just a day about battles on distant shores. It's about the values that define us as Australians and New Zealanders. Mateship, resilience, sacrifice. It's about acknowledging the profound impact of war on individuals, families and communities, and the debt of gratitude we owe those that have served before us. To the players, I ask that you look to draw on the inspiration of the Anzac spirit, the spirit of pushing through adversity, of standing shoulder to shoulder with your teammates and never giving up. It's that spirit that should resonate with you on and off the field, reminding us of the importance of camaraderie, leadership and sacrifice. So, as you play today, do so with a sense of resonance for the Anzacs who have gone before us. Honour their memory by giving your all, by never backing down from a challenge, and by embodying the values of courage, mateship and service. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to remove your headdress and remain standing for the ode, the last post and the national anthem. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
Duke. Good morning, mate. Thanks again.
Lest we forget, very important and significant day in our country's history, Anzac Day, and we're very lucky to be out here out at Morton Park for the special Anzac Day clash, the annual clash between the two clubs. And this year it is Blackburn coming into the game, boys, as the undefeated side. South Croydon still looking for their first win of the season. We've just gone through our tips, everything at the moment. We're going to throw to you, Brash, first. It's a big day for both clubs. South Croydon, if they want to get going this season, if they want to be able to do something, be a potential final smoky, they've got to get a win early now. And for Blackburn, if they want to prove to be a real contender under Anthony Fagen, this is a game you'd expect them to win.
Well, most definitely. In fact, Ryan, it's not only South Croydon being the 0-2 side, but there are 4 other sides sitting on 0-2, where this weekend is important for those sides.
Boundary.
And let's go to Boundary side.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to do my tip and my Anzac medal. So my tip is Blackburn to win by 25 points. I think it'll be the reversal of what happened last year. I think Blackburn were leading, but I reckon South Croydon will lead, and then I think Blackburn will just put the foot on the throttle and they'll win by 25 points. Anzac Day medal, I think you can't go past the captain in Patrick Lawler. Chris, welcome aboard. Good to see you first time in action this year. Do you want to give us your tip and your medalist, mate?
Yeah, thanks, boys. Glad to be back. I'll probably go the same as Blake. I'll say Blackburn will probably have a bit too much quality and run over the top of this game. So I'm going to say Blackburn 20, and purely for the fact that I saw him a lot throughout high school playing footy, I'm going to go with the outside chance and say Billy Hicks for my medalist.
Well done, Chris. That's a good outside tip, mate.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, good little pick there. We actually don't vote for this one. This will be, I think, the umpires, are picking the medal this afternoon, and we don't have our usual Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day or our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, but we'll certainly keep an eye on who we would vote for anyway.
Yeah,
Josh?
and I just saw the toss as well. Patrick Lawler won it, and Blackburn are kicking to the left of your radio dial. If you're listening on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, South Croydon to the right.
Central Road End, is it, Josh?
Yes, believe so.
Well, you know this area well. You're only around the corner, aren't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
The doggies are kicking to the train line.
Yeah, that's it. Now the tunnel.
It's a big game ahead. But, Brash, what do the Dogs need to do to get off to a good start and stop a Blackburn side that have certainly been able to show that they can score?
They need to put some scoreboard pressure on very, very early, just so that they can... so they can control the game for a little while, because if Blackburn get off to a fast start, I can see that it's going to be hard for them to get back into the contest, because I think Blackburn, once they get in front, they're a very good front running side, and it's hard to get past them once they have got the game under control.
But, well, even in their win against Vermont, they were able to run over the top. But you're right, Brash, they really got on top early in that contest against Berwick. It'll be interesting to see if they can pile on the scores. They've definitely got the forwards, like Trent Morotta. He's definitely one of the taller forwards going around. James Wilson, we all know what he's capable of. So it's going to be very interesting. But just looking at this Blackburn lineup as well, it looks a lot taller than it was in previous seasons. Like Patrick Cotter, one of their new recruits, he's a defender and probably one of their tallest players. You've got Michael Dunn, who's just running past us now. He's still pretty tall as well. So they're not lacking in size, Blackburn.
They haven't got Tyler Faulkner playing today either, and he's a key backman as well. So they've still got plenty of things. I just think the two keys, Cooper and Wilson are going to have to kick the bulk of the goals this afternoon.
He did, yeah, they're certainly right. And he had a bit of a quiet game last week, James Wilson, after a strong round one.
You can hear the wind swirling around in the effects mic out there. Just wondering, boundary side, what the wind is actually doing and who will be kicking with it in the first turn.
Yes, BWS. I haven't really got any wind coming our way, so it must be coming your way, because I can't actually feel any wind coming our way at the moment.
Maybe pick up a few shards off the ground, mate, and throw it up in the air.
Here, hang on, mate.
And I had you pegged as Channel 7's new weather presenter, Blake. Jane Tennant.
I think it's just going to go towards you guys. I think that's where the wind's heading at the moment. Honestly, I can tell you now, we aren't really getting much wind. So you guys are going to be lovely having the wind today, gents.
And not favouring one side or the other.
We're not going there.
The trees are nearly falling over here.
Well, you are next to a few bushes down there, boys. So.
Oh, God. We better get this conversation back on the football, I think.
And just a shout out to the reserves today for Blackburn, who won by 82 points. So very convincing.
Very strong. They're looking for, would be 3 or 4 in a row, I think.
I think 4 in a row, maybe.
4 in a row this year if they get up there. That depth at the club is what's always impressed me, and it's probably been the question mark of why can't they sort of translate that into the ultimate success in Premier Division level, because their junior program is as strong as ever. 19's come off another flag last season. So everything's sort of going the right track forward, and potentially this is the side that could take them to a flag in the next couple of years.
Sometimes it comes down to opportunity, and obviously the way the coaches see and rate players. I think Blackburn, where they've probably had a bit of a problem, is they've probably had a lot of those players that are 1.5 players, meaning they
just can't.
Yeah, they're a little bit better than development, but they're just a little bit below the senior lineup.
Yep.
But the thing is, the only way that you're going to get experience is you've got to be given an opportunity. And sometimes coaches coach in protection mode, and players that probably should be getting an opportunity don't. So I think with Anthony Fagen came through the door.
Is that what you like about Fagen? Because there's a lot of players out here who finally get their opportunity.
Well, now they get their opportunity, and they've got to grab it with both hands.
And so far they have in the opening couple of rounds. As we said, Blackburn come into this game 2-0. South Croydon 0-2, a very interesting ladder with the top 5 all undefeated and the bottom 5 yet to win a game. So that's going to change this weekend, and it potentially today if South Croydon pull off an upset. But we're ready to go here. Anzac Day. Ben Warren-Smith to take us underway.
So the umpire throws the ball up. It'll be King versus Harry. Comes out. The ball hits the deck. Ainsworth's in there as well, quickly wrapping his opponent up in a tackle. Was going nowhere that time in Matty Jones, and the umpire will have a restart. It was quick to do so as well. Harry, he got the knockdown this time. A lot of plays around this football early. Blackburn through a series of handballs back. Harry on the left boot up towards centre half forward, but chopping it off nicely there was Dylan Marshall for the Doggies.
One matchup I noticed early was Kate Ainsworth up against Brian Kilpatrick in that midfield, a very juicy one.
Goes out wide. Aldous takes the mark. It's across that defensive zone here for the South Croydon side. Spotted up a target nicely in the middle here, creating the switch. So South Croydon look to go forward. Dano King was out there. He's out the back looking for the handball. Coming across there was Halloran. Couldn't quite trap the football. Stacks on the mill again, doing well early was Bahija, and with the umpire will ball this one up. 55 metres out from the Doggies goal line. We've gone 1 minute in this first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows no score.
So ball up here in the forward line for South Croydon in the arc. Here's Paddy Lawler, the skipper, trying to get a kick off the ground. Ball going nowhere at the moment. Quick kick out. It's a one-on-one contest. Who's going to win first? Trying to trap it there was Elders, and he's wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll get a ball up back in the middle again.
That's an exciting matchup if that eventuates. Billy Hicks against Matthew Aldous, 2 players with Coates Talent League experience.
There's quite a few on the ground. King gets the tap out this time. It's Jones wrapped up in the tackle, and we'll get another ball up back in the middle again. Yet to score here, minute 40 into this game. Anzac Day coverage. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern. Out of the middle here is Ainsworth, inside 50. Punch from behind. Sam Hart, always dangerous as usual. Tried to grab it. Ball comes out. South Croydon just can't find any space. Another tackle in their defensive half. We'll get yet another ball up 2 minutes into this contest.
By throws it up, King over the top that time, and the ball there was Jones. His kick was smothered, ducking underneath it with Kilpatrick. He got the quick handball out. George got the handball away. Umpire said play on. This is good play by Blackburn, just keeping that pressure on. The kick went in. I think it was Murata was there. We got a number 93. We'll get the boys to sort that one out, and the ball trickles over the boundary line, right forward pocket.
I believe that's Chris Jones who might have changed to the number 3. Actually, we might have heard that just before pre-game, Blake.
Yeah, 93. I think Chris Jones is wearing today.
Thanks very much. Whispers already doing a great job down there on the boundary line as the umpire throws this one in. King was in the front spot. He had Wooler over the back of him. Clearing kick by the Doggies out towards that half back line. Dano King was on hands and knees. Paddled the ball out towards a teammate. Getting down also there was Shink. He was quickly wrapped up. That was a strong tackle by the skipper, Paddy Lawler, and we will have a ball up 55 metres out from the Burners goal line.
One of the more important things with this ruck combination is South Croydon can't afford to not get enough the value from Max King. If Blackburn shark more than his 50% of his knockouts, then they're in a bit of trouble.
Certainly right. Pressure's been on early. Here's a chance of Blackburn. Getting the handball out there was Bajaya. Didn't go very far. In and under Kilpatrick. Dano King, and it falls out to Jones. Dribbling kick across the boundary line, and we'll get a boundary throw in on the outer wing. Still no score in the first 3.5 minutes of this clash.
A lot of doggy faithful over there.
So they've shown up in good numbers here. So you got the Essendon Collingwood game this afternoon. So good turnout. King got the handball off to a teammate running past. Looked for the direction of Daniel Cooper. It was spoiled away back into the middle of the ground, and another tackle will just lead to another ball up.
Really good, tight football from both sides at the moment. No side giving an inch here.
Certainly a lot of pressure early as Harry got the knockdown that time into a little bit of space as well, but picked up by South Croydon. Driving kick goes forward now. It's deep, about 20 metres out from goal. It was knocked away. Little handball over the top, got cut off. At the fall, the ball there was Gray. He got dispossessed. Trying to break through was Sheridan, and he was going nowhere, and we'll have a ball up about 20 metres out from the doggy goal line. Still no score here. 4.5 minutes gone. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Anzac Day clash today. Umpire throws it up. Who's going to be able to win this one? There's a lot of players around it. Somehow getting a little bit of a boot to ball that time was Aldous, but it went nowhere. Scooped upon by Ainsworth, who got the clearing kick out of that danger zone. Ball very close to the boundary line. Will they be able to keep it in? Nice hip and shoulder that time by Jason Reid. Sees it over and out for a boundary throw-in.
One player that South Croydon might need to put a bit of attention to, Ainsworth. He looks like he's gotten a lot of contested possessions early on in clearances.
Your tip for the medal today,
Yeah.
I think, Josh.
Not a bad start.
Extra votes here. Ball brought back into play, and that's King in the ruck, looking for Kilpatrick. Dribbling ball forward. Did quite well. King might end up with it. Trying to get the handball there from Tegg. No success, and it looks like we might get another stoppage here. About 60 metres from home.
There's that hairstyle we heard from Brendan Allen on Tegg.
He wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
He wasn't wrong.
One of his best mates, Taj Heap from Montrose.
Yeah, very similar. As Blackburn here get the clearance going forward, standing in front, strong hands, and that's that man there in Toby Wooler who'll go forward, but it's a turnover, and standing under it, Tommy Shink will be able to clear it out for South Croydon. Takes his time, goes backwards with the handball. They're still in control of the footy, but pressure's on, and they're able to find a target there in Dylan Marshall in the back pocket. Under a lot of pressure here, trying to clear it out. That's a good kick. Finds Matty Jones. And he's kicked though. It's a dangerous one. It's a bit of a turnover. Blackburn have a big chance here for the opening goal. Handballed it back out. Shot on goal now from Wooler.
Hammond.
Or was that Hammond in the end? It was just a minor score either way. But they are on the board. Blackburn one behind to South Croydon, yet to score. 6 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
One touch and he's already looking threatening, Jake Hammond.
Turnovers are going to be key this afternoon for both sides, because you can see that they're going to try and milk every opportunity to score from them.
Jaden Cass, big kick in. It went out towards the Marauder direction. He had one bite of it over the shoulder, almost on Halloran. He hit the deck, strong tackle by Nick Gray. Will have a ball up just outside the centre square. True.
Probably lucky not to get that free kick then, Nick Gray. I thought that was a really good tackle.
A little bit stiff. King goes up this time. Harry over the back. He's won a few knockouts early. Doggies go forward. Kick goes up towards the centre half forward line. Going back there was Michael Dunn. Paddled it into his advantage. Couldn't quite trap the football. Doggies have the numbers here. Snap around the body by Cooper. Will it go all the way by Cooper? That was perfection. From the boundary line, kicks the first goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and the Doggies have the lead by 5 points. We've gone 7 minutes here in this first term. 1 straight 6 to 1 behind.
Well, it seems like their style of play, South Croydon, they're just looking to bang it forward, get it inside 50 as much as possible. Their last forward 50 entry was just a high up and under kick. This one was a bit more calculated, and what a finish from Dano Cooper, though. It's a if we did have the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award, it'd be
it's
right
an
early contender.
Early
Tobin Brothers finish.
The only contender.
Celebrating lives.
Goal.
Exactly.
So back in the middle again. King's been good in the ruck so far. You get his tap out there to Kilpatrick, who slams the ball forward. Mark taken by Halloran. Not quite, and he's been awarded a free kick here.
Must have been touched off the boot.
No, it was a high tackle. Yeah. He tackled him high first, and the tackle slipped.
Before the mark. He looks to play on straight away. Handballs it off to Kilpatrick, who loads up from the... on the line, or is it?
It's a goal.
No,
It's a goal. Kilpatrick has nailed it from 50 out. And they're quick to move the ball on. And I thought that might have actually been marked on the line, but well done to Braden Kilpatrick. He gets the Dogs second in just a minute.
That's what they have to do, Josh, I think, this afternoon. South Croydon, quick ball movement, win the clearances and try and get either a match-up problem in the back 50 of Blackburn, or kick the ball long and try and find a tall forward.
Well, you've got the perfect, one of the best ball users as well in Braden Kilpatrick. You have to use him as well whenever you're going inside forward 50.
Feel there is a slight breeze favouring South Croydon, kicking towards the old scoreboard as they try to surge forward again, but to no avail as the quick kick goes up and under. There's a bit of a 9-iron up towards the centre half forward line, but a push has been paid against Willis here, and it'll go the way of Jakey Hammond, who's within range here, but he wastes no time on the left boot. He just poked it towards the top of the goal square, finding space out of nowhere. What a quick step by Wooler, and he takes the mark only 10 metres out, and surely this will be Blackburn's first.
Well, it was a really good low pass there by Hammond. I probably thought it was a bit too low, but in essence, it's probably the best kick you can do under these conditions, Josh.
Yeah, and it looks like him and Wooler just have that connection. I know they probably haven't played too much footy together, or probably their first season together, but just it's a lethal combo to have in that forward line.
So Wooler loves every bit of a 30-metre run-up here. Comes in on the right boot, makes no mistake. Blackburn have their first. And a timely one as well after a quick burst by the Doggies saw them scoot out to an 11-point lead. The margin's now back to 5.
Good response there from Toby Wooler as well, because I was thinking just before with that centre clearance and that Braden Kilpatrick goal that South Croydon might be getting on top in that midfield battle brush.
Yeah, they could, but I think it's going to be. I think King and Harry could actually break even this afternoon, the way things are panning out.
So after a stalemate in the first 6 minutes, we've had 3 goals in 3 minutes, and it's South Croydon leading by 5 points. Oh, big clash of heads there. Like in the centre of the ground, we'll get a ball up. Just accidental from both players there, so hopefully all good. And we'll get another ball up in the middle. King here, we'll go to the boundary in just a second as he gets his tap out. Wrapped up for another stop. Go boundary to Chris.
Yeah, boys, well, we heard about the conditions a bit earlier in the day, and in a shocking new development, we do have some wind down here, just a light breeze favouring South Croydon. But also something else that I noticed, we're just starting to get some very light rain has come through in the last minute or two, so just something to keep an eye on.
Thanks, Chris. We'll keep an eye on that as walking it over the line there, Chris Jones. The Blackburn faithful didn't like that, wanted a deliberate call, not going to get it.
Based on the AFL's new rule of pay deliberate for everything, a lot of fans are screaming for a lot more these days in local footy.
Just different here. They're not going to pay that. And ball brought back into play here. Well done there by Blackburn.
Good kick.
Bajaya tried to hit up a target up forward there in Hammond. Couldn't quite do it, and it's well defended. They'll look to clear it out. Dano King and chasing Gray here. It's Gray who wins out. He'll go inside 50 again. Big mark from the back. Strong hands, and South Croydon will look to retreat here.
So, hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. As the short pass is on, it's a risky one. It got chopped off here. Brown had every chance of it. Going after it, Doreen. Little handball away. They're linking up. Here's the skipper, Lawler. Oh, he spotted up Hammond. He did it by mistake, but they'll take it every day of the week. And Jakey will go back and have a ping from about 15 metres out.
Yeah, well, sometimes luck's a fortune, and in Blackburn's case, it smiled upon him.
That's a sight that'll never get old, I reckon, for Blackburn fans. Paddy Lawler getting the kick into Jake Hammond.
So, one of the favourite sons back in town this year at the Burners comes in, familiar pose and makes no mistake. Blackburn back in front out here at Morton Park. They are 2-1-13. South Croydon 2 straight 12. We've gone 12.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Cross down boundary side to Blake, whispers Tennant.
So just a quick one, we'll just swear. That ball was touch, so South Croydon got a bit lucky up there. So supporters were very happy that the umpire called that as a mark. So there you go.
Well, nevertheless, a crucial goal there for Blackburn. Right on top of this contest once again.
Bit better of an umpire than he is a weather reporter. Whispers down the boundary.
Used to be an umpire, Ryan. 5-time grand finalist as an umpire.
Turn it up. Here's Kilpatrick out of the middle. Inside 50 for South Croydon.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Punch away from behind. Trying to get out of that there was Mar. Turnover here. There's Teg. Launches up, very high kick. Dano kicks under it. He might end up with it. Tries to pick it up nicely on the boundary. Tough angle. Kicks it up in towards the top of the square. Punched really to nowhere. Might come out here to Cass. Socket off the ground. Out of trouble for now. Blackburn right in front of us. Again, another soccer. They want the boundary line. And a big tackle laid there by Cooper. We'll get a ball up in front of us. A high tackle. So Blackburn
should be
get
20.
a free kick. And
it should be 25 there because Cooper was manhandling the Blackburn player, not letting him get off the turf.
And that's Billy Hicks, who's right in front of us. Looking for an option up forward. Under pressure. Go down the line. And it's a mark taken here by Max King. And the half-back line. Looking to send South Croydon forward again. At the moment, it's 2-1-13. Blackburn leading South Croydon 2 straight 12. Right in front of us here. Could be Hicks again. At ground level there was Gray. Got the handball back to Jackson Wright. And he's wrapped up by Dano King. And they look to play on straight away. Tegg kicking it towards goal. No avail. That's out of bounds rolling.
Josh, just that fine line by not taking the first option there. Wright got caught and obviously created the turnover there for South Croydon to get a forward 50.
And they'll be very happy with this forward 50 stoppage after that missed shot.
Thrown in right in front of the Burners grandstand here, picked up by Wright. His handball was over the top. It was chopped off somewhat by Cox, who managed to get a hand on it, and it goes over the boundary line and out of bounds, 50 metres out from the doggy goals. 98.1 Radio Eastern is where you'll find us today, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Standalone game in the Eastern Football Netball League today as the umpire throws it in over the back. There was Winter. Got a good handle on it at the fall of ball. Taylor squeezed the kick backwards. It was a smart option because Liam Cox was there. He might be a little bit too far out to score. He's going to poke it up in towards the forward pocket. The big fly over the back there by Wilson. Snap around the body there. I think that's gone through. That might have been Sheridan that kicked that goal. And around the body he goes, and a good bit of play there. That kick was a high percentage kick because they had a lot of players front and centre, and good goal by the doggies there.
And they did have one loose as well because Patrick Cotter, he wasn't really marking James Wilson, and then he had to go. He went up to the contest, and it gave Tom Sheridan all the space in the world to kick his first.
So good response there from South Croydon. Blackburn with the last two before that goal. 3 straight 18 to
got
2-1.
A lot more exciting, hasn't it, in the last 10 minutes?
Yeah,
it certainly has.
It's become very entertaining.
So back in the middle again. Who can get the next response? It's currently a 5-point lead to South Croydon. Kilpatrick laying a tackle there on Jason Reid. Two very important plays for each respective side. With another throw. Mark. Or Bajay up. Or Winter. Looking at the wrong side. Ball kicked out this time towards the boundary line. Tapped over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in right in front of the scoreboard.
Blackburn fans weren't screaming for deliberate that time.
No,
were they?
Same position too, and we didn't hear a peep. Interesting as we tick into the 16-minute mark of this first term. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local footy. So on Facebook and YouTube streams as well. Tackle laid there by Jason Reid. These balls going nowhere, and we'll get another ball up.
So going up this time, Wooler had the front spot, got the palm down. A lot of players around this ball, they're going to try and work something out. Ainsworth was looking for the link-up handball, but it didn't quite reach him. So stacks on the mill we get, and we'll have a ball up about 65 metres out from the Burners goal line. Good crowd down here, plenty of space still if you can come down. Don't bother trying to park inside, get your park and come through the gate. Be sure to see a great game today as the ball hits the deck. Reid was there. It's going nowhere because sitting on top of him was Mason Halloran, and we'll have another ball up. Just clearing the way. Marotta this time had the front spot. Little knock over the back. Running past. There was Lawler. He was looking for the handball, but Reid's handball got cut off, and that was nicely done there by Tom Taylor. We'll have a ball up. We'll slow down a little bit in the last minute or so. 18 leads 13. South Croydon have that 5-point lead as a quick kick out of nowhere by Cooper, and it was Lux of Fortune because Halloran was in the front spot, and that's what you've got to do. So on the right boot now, he kicks it up towards the half-forward line. In the front spot there was Wilson. at that time. He was a little bit out-muscled and the wind got away from him and he saw the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds right in front of the Blackburn faithful.
Other umpires might have considered giving that a free kick there, Josh.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. That was pretty dangerous there from Tom Maher.
He's lucky he checked the tackle.
So right in front of the old scoreboard here out at Morton Park. Umpire throws it in. It really does hold up in that breeze, so it is seemed to be blowing that way. Quick kick out of the pack there by Cox. It was a good one too, but nicely chopped off there by Paddy Cotter, who at the last line of defence will clear it for the Burners.
So here he goes right in front of us. Looking for a mark there. Standing under it was Winter. It came out and Kilpatrick got the handball back to Cox, who goes inside 50. He's turned it over. And Blackburn just is surviving at the moment. They're under a bit of strife, this back six, but they've held up all right. Sending this forward is Cade Answorth. Goes down the line, big pack of plays fly. Falls out to Oglethorpe at ground level. Smart little tap forward. Comes out to Brown. He'll get the handball off to the skipper and Paddy Lawler, who'll send Blackburn into attack inside 50. Out the back, strong mark by Eldis in defence, and he'll look to play on right away. They're going to try and switch it. And here's McKernan. He'll go backwards, a handball. And they're going to come back onto this side, or a kick in towards the corridor. Dangerous kick, but it's a smart one. Finds James Fassan. He's got a bit of work ahead of him. He looked to switch it now to the outer wing. He's got a player there in Max King by himself who can take the easy mark on the chest. And he'll just send it long down the line. Inside 50 now. Blackburn are set up well behind the ball. One of those numbers there in Tom Maher.
And Tommy Maher taking the mark almost pretty much unopposed in that sense. Maxie will be disappointed with that kick. As the kick goes up towards the wing position, they've got the numbers at the fall of the ball. Horns nail. He got nailed, in fact, and the umpire's going to ping him as well. Great tackle. Chance for South Croydon to repel. Right in front of there. Faithful over there too. They love that. Currently leading this game by 5 points. We've almost hit time on here in this first term. Anzac Day clash. Screaming for it. Nathan Kenny in the middle. Look like they're going to go for the switch here. Might be the smart option too as the kick goes out. Who's found space in McKernan. He's got a player further wide in Halloran who's got a little bit of time, but he took a little bit too long. Screaming for it was Cox. He's still asking for it. It sounds like a plane's about to come and land on us. Little chip over the top, but McKernan takes the mark. Right in front of Megan Green, our camera woman, the best in the business. As his kick goes forward now, inside 50, it goes for the Doggies. Oh, that's really good, Jukes. And going up against two opponents that time and pulling down a strong mark there was Trent Marotta, the VFL-listed player, former East Ringwood Roo, now at South Croydon.
Yeah, I'd back him in on kicking this guy. I've seen him in the past. He's a lovely kick for goal, Trent Marotta. This is right down his alley here.
I reckon with the wind, he's got to go left to right.
Yeah, you're right.
So Trent Marotta. Distance is definitely not going to be any issue. We know it's a very short 50 out here at Morton Park. Slight breeze, got to start at that left to right. That's exactly what he does, and he works it nicely, and he puts it through. That's a perfect kick. It's almost like the Blackburn players are asking for a score review there, but that doesn't happen in this league, and they stretch their lead out to 11 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 21 and a half gone. 4 goals straight to 2-1-13.
The last thing we want to see is a VAR in local football, I tell you that.
No, we're not sitting here for an extra 10 minutes to work decisions out. Looks like a blood rule in the middle. We'll see Tom Taylor come off.
I actually think that was an important goal, really, for South Croydon, because if there is any wind advantage, I reckon they might need to be a couple of goals up at quarter time.
And it has been an arm wrestle the last couple of minutes, so just getting that fourth goal for them, and they've taken advantage of all their chances as well.
Boundary side to Blake Whispers, Tennant.
Just found out that those planes might be heading to the MCG to fly over, so there you go, boys.
Thanks, Des. Paddy Lawler gets the kick inside 50. He'll come back out. Answorth looking for a player there in the pocket. Did quite well, and that was Mackenzie Dorian who puts it on the right boot up towards the top of the square and punched through for a behind. So 2-2-14 Blackburn to South Croydon. 4 straight 24. We're going 22 and a half minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this first term.
So Dan Cooper to bring the ball back in. Kicked a goal already in this game. Down the other end this time, he's looking for Cass. It went straight down his throat, but he dropped what he probably should have taken. But there was a bit of pressure from behind. The quick kick goes into the middle of the ground. King was behind. Strong mark in front, though. A very good play by Paddy Cotter, who's taken a couple of marks defensively already in this first term. Squeezes a kick into the middle of the ground. It had to be perfect, and that's exactly what it was. And Ainsworth took it, and he took off to the races as well. Drives it to Hammond! Big mark there by Blackburn.
Was that Woolley?
No, it's Woolley, in fact. Doesn't have the that extra bit of tail on this scone.
No.
So Woolley takes the mark.
That was a very impressive grab there.
Wooler, I should say. Toby Wooler.
Yeah, very impressive grab.
Get it right eventually.
Pretty much 3 deep there, I reckon, Brash. That's not going to get many marks.
Eyes only for the football, though, wasn't it?
It really
did,
was.
and he read the play very well.
Yeah.
So shooting for his second in this term. Toby Wooler comes in, he'll kick from 35 out, and he makes no mistake either. So both sides kicking pretty straight today in this first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows a 4-point lead to South Croydon as we hit the 24-minute mark of this first term. 4 straight 24, 3-2, 20 Blackburn.
Well, he's a former Brisbane AFL listed player, Toby Wooler, and played a couple of seasons ago at Cullen VFL, and we're seeing why he was drafted into the AFL. He's definitely shown his class and looks a step above in Blackburn's forward line.
Yeah, that certainly looks dangerous up forward. It's a very handy goal too. Brings the margin back to 4 points. We're closing in on quarter time, and probably think South Croydon's still been the better side early, but both sides have had little patches. King looks to be hurt after that tap out. Kilpatrick here for the Dogs. The clearance again, looking for Wilson. Almost manhandled from behind. He might end up with a footy. It does, and he's caught in a tackle. We're going to get a ball up, and he's just had no space at all. James Wilson, they've played him very tight.
King's copped a knock. It looks like it's either his right knee or his right foot. I think he might have got stood on or kicked, something like that.
He got it on the right knee there.
We'll keep an eye because at the moment South Croydon go inside 50 through Cox.
And Marotta again.
Up is Trent Marotta looking for goal number 2. And we'll get the boys on the boundary to keep an eye on Max King. Hopefully nothing too serious.
He's shaking it off.
Oh, he's still on. He's still in the field. He's fine.
Nothing that the magic spray can't handle.
Pickled juice.
Yeah.
Don't mind that.
Trent Marotta will line up about 40 metres out.
Could have sworn
Maybe
an
a little
F-18
less.
Hornet was flying past us before.
Bit of an acute angle. He'll
See,
open this up, and that kick on its way
That's a goal.
will hold its line. No, it won't. Just to the left side of the goals, and just a minor score. So South Croydon 4-1-25. Lead Blackburn 3-2-20.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, you mentioned Max King just down on his haunches there for a second. It looked to be maybe a corky upper right leg, but he had a trainer with him very quickly, and he's shaking it off and looking to continue throughout this quarter.
Thanks very much, Chris, as the ball came out of that defensive zone and it's going to be thrown in right in front of us here on the broadcast position. We've got an A1 spot, magnificently set up by Lee Green from LKLM Media, bringing you all the action live. However you're watching it today, as the umpire throws the ball in, getting that front spot there was Harry. Coming in and trying to scoop upon it there was Cass. Got the handball back to King. The two long sleeves working in tandem there as the kick goes inside forward 50. It sat up in that breeze, and getting underneath it there was Jackson Wright. So Blackburn, a chance to drive the ball out of that defensive zone again. He gets good purchase on the football up towards the wing position. At the fall of the ball there was Taylor, got a little knock on, came out to Cass, got it out to King, and running past again there was Taylor right in front of us here. Over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Coming up to 27-minute mark in this first term.
Yeah, I reckon about a minute or two to go, I think.
It's the expert at this, Brash, of predicting when the siren will go. It's the boundary umpire, Brody, will throw this one in. That's a perfect boundary throw in as King couldn't quite get his boot to ball there out of the ruck. There's Jones who grabs it here, the veteran, got the handball out, and South Croydon will go into attack again, looking for a late goal. Out the back, Cotter almost took the mark. Under a bit of pressure here, Winter, Hart, run down in a tackle in the back. I think that's fair.
Yeah, as soon as you're going in a forward motion, grabbing the player, Josh, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
It was a good tackle, but you can't help it when, the player falls forward.
With the speed of it, and that kick's a good one from Hart, finds Reed right in front of us. Superstar for the Blackburn Football Club, short kick.
He's a unit.
He is. Finds Nick Gray. Saw him before in the pre-game. Jeez.
When he got injured last year, that in the last half of the season, it really robbed Blackburn of momentum, I reckon.
Yeah, the kick was touched off the boot, so under a bit of pressure here. Ainsworth got the handball back to Reed. Reed will look to go inbound.
Nice.
That's a great kick. Finds a target there in Brown. Jesse Brown switch it to the far side, and they're out here. Here's a chance through Horsnail to go inside 50 for Blackburn. Short kick. Target in Tom Maher, but the siren will beat him. And that is quarter time out here at Morton Park for the Anzac Day clash. A great first quarter contest. South Croydon lead 4-1-25 to Blackburn 3-2-20. Ben Warren-Smith with the goal kickers in that first term.
Well, it was a great start here by both sides, and there's only one major goal kicker on the ground, and that for Blackburn, that is Toby Wooler, who nailed 2 in that first term. Singles to Jakey Hammond, whilst for South Croydon it was 1 goal each to Kilpatrick, Sheridan, Cooper and Trent Marotta. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern, of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. We'll be back to tell you all about it and what's to come right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Morton Park. It's an Anzac Day special between Blackburn and South Croydon. And at quarter time, it's the Dogs 4-1-25. Leading the Burners 3-2-20 in what was a fantastic, fascinating contest really in that first term. Both sides had a bit of momentum. Wayne Brasher, what was your assessment in what was a pretty good quarter of footy?
Well, it was a very entertaining first quarter by both sides. Both sides, when they took their opportunities when it presented themselves, they picked up on each other's turnovers. When they managed to get the ball into their forward 50, they made the most of their opportunities. I think, in essence, I thought Blackburn's transition with the way that they moved the ball across and over the ground, I think was just a little bit more a little bit more precise and a little bit more with purpose. I think in South Croydon's case, I would have liked to have seen them kick another goal, because I think Blackburn did pretty well, Josh, in the prevailing conditions, and I think they can take advantage of the breeze that's really sprung up in the second quarter.
Yeah, and it's definitely blowing almost a gale on occasion, is this breeze. So, but yeah, Blackburn's intercept game has been really strong. We were talking about it off air, just how they've been able to cover James Wilson, and he's not getting away with anything. He's always got 2 defenders at least on him. Even when he's had one, Patrick Cotter's done a great job on him. But yeah, there were patches where it was pretty even, and I just felt like Blackburn was still slightly on top on the contest, and if they can continue to do that, take advantage of centre bounce clearances as well, that's only going to hold them in really good stead.
Boundary.
Absolutely right. We're going to go boundary to Blake Tennant, who has one of the coaches with him.
Yes, this got South Croydon head coach here, Brendan Allen. Brendan must be really proud about the start, mate. Really showed, 4 goals on the board early. Must be pretty proud of how the boys are going, mate.
Yeah, we need a response from last week, and we got it. So now we just need 3 more quarters of it. Would be nice.
Yeah, obviously I think the midfield is definitely getting a bit of a hold there through Kings in the ruck. He's been a tremendous player for you guys. How have you seen Max going about his business? Must be pretty proud of how he's going.
Yeah, it's good. Like, he's getting over top of Lockie Harry, but it's more in around the mids holding structure, and we're a lot more organised than them, and it's paying dividends. Hopefully, we continue that for the rest of the game.
Well, what's the key? What was the key messages out there? Obviously, you must be pretty proud of the boys, how they've started.
Yeah, it's just more in our ball movement, just not to slow it down once we've got them going the other way. So we just got to complete our switches, and then as soon as we hit inside, we've got to be able to roll and go off it. So we hopefully we continue to do that, and we get another quarter footy like that. It'd be nice.
All the best for the quarter, mate, in the game.
Thanks there to Brendan Allen, the senior coach of the South Croydon Football Club. Was a good quarter for the Dogs. They lead by 5 points going into this second quarter. A lot to look forward to here at Morton Park. If you're in the area, come down and get a spot. You're not going to be able to get a car park in here, but good atmosphere at the moment. Good representation from both sides.
I think King's going to have to at least break 50-50 in this quarter against Harry and Riley Winter, because if Blackburn starts sharking the ball and getting the clearances in the mid-50, they're in trouble.
Second term is underway. King got the knockdown over the top of Harry that time. Little quick kick out of the middle there by Reid up towards the half-forward line for Blackburn, bouncing in front of Oglethorpe. Couldn't quite get a handle on it. Little kick off the ground there by George. Ended up a fresh air shot. Handball back to Marshall on the right boot. Drives the ball up towards the wing position. In the front spot there was Dan King. Couldn't quite hold the mark. Chance for Blackburn now to squeeze a kick into the middle. The kick was on target too because Reid took it. You'll spin around now. Screaming for it out wide was Hornsdale. He kicks it to that direction. He's underneath it. Couldn't quite take the mark. Good pressure there by Cass. Hornsdale got the handball back. Hammond has to use his opposite foot, and it was a good one too. Short pass was on. Mackenzie Dorian takes it, and he'll have a ping from about 50 metres out.
Smart play there by Hammond. He knew he couldn't get onto that trusted left foot, and found Dorian in a position that gave them a scoring opportunity.
The easier side to kick a goal from today on this side of the ground, with starting it out left and letting the breeze do the work. Coming back, we're right behind him here, as you can see on the broadcast. Dorian comes in, he just crosses the paint now, he starts it left, and it goes straight over the goal umpire's head. That's a fantastic start to Blackburn in this second term. It only took 1 minute for them to hit the scoreboard, and they take the lead as well, 4-2-26. South Croydon 4-1-25.
And he's one of those players we've always talked about, how he has such great potential and is someone that can take his game to another level. As former Eastern Range, former VFL player, is that's the perfect stuff for him in the second quarter. Mackenzie Dorian
had a couple of big games when we've seen him in the match of the rounds, and obviously a bit different with the new number change in the number 1. As we're back in the middle again, it's Blackburn in front by a point. Harry with the hit out, straight down, throw to his teammate there in Reid. Bit of a scrap in the middle. Kilpatrick lays a good tackle, and we'll get another ball up.
I think Nick Gray's done a really important job on Daniel King so far. King hasn't really had a chance to have any influence on this contest.
We'll go down to boundary level, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just the Max King injury that you guys were talking about there. Just a little bit winded down the midriff area, so a bit sore from Big Max.
Thanks, Whispers, as we're back into attack here for Blackburn inside 50. We're going to get another ball up.
Interested to know I just forget what I was going to say.
Ball up here, King with a hit out, but it was Reed who grabbed it. A chance of the... Oh, that's a poor kick. It's come off the side of the boot there of Eldis. But they do all right, and it's James Hassan who's able to get him out of attack and towards the boundary line. That's tapped over the line right in front of the Blackburn coaching box. And they survived what could have been a dangerous turnover. Kept it alive. So coming up to 3 minutes gone in this second term. Blackburn with a slender 1-point lead. Kicked the only goal in this second term. Thanks for joining us, Radio East 98.1 FM. Kilpatrick's kick was smothered, but he got it again. He's had plenty of the footy early. And now a chance on the boundary line. That's King. Finds a target there. Ooh. Sheridan couldn't quite take the mark. I thought he might have had it. They follow up with a big tackle and it's rewarded, holding the ball. So James Wilson will be the one who takes it. It's 2-on-1 and Wilson gets his first real look at it. Probably just too far out the score here.
As soon as you take the tackle on, the umpire's sort of obligated then to give it, to give the free kick.
So he's quite a fair.
Tell you what, if he kicks this will be goal of the day.
I was watching him in the practice and he was nailing these.
He's about maybe 55 out. It's going to fall short on top of the goal square. If there's a mark taken, not quite. We're going to get a ball up, but still in a dangerous spot for South Croydon.
So only about 15 metres out from the doggy goal line.
In fairness, BWS, I don't think the wind was blowing as hard as what it was when he was out practicing.
Yeah, it was at the end of the day, it was a pretty low percentage kick. He gets another go at it though, Wilson, on the right boot, and just pushed it through for one behind. He nearly created something out of nothing there. Scores level out here at Morton Park. Big Anzac Day clash. 4 minutes gone here in the second term. 4-2, 26 apiece.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, you'll see it was Kieran Hubber that got caught holding the ball and he looked a bit ginger coming off. As soon as he got up on the mark, he signalled to the interchange and said, pretty much get me off right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on how he's doing.
Thanks, Chris. Eldis dropped what he should have taken for the doggies, but they'll get another chance here on hands and knees. Ainsworth gets the handball out. A lot of plays around this football. Nicely done there by Lawler. His handball was chopped off again. He'll get another go at it, wrapping him up. Halloran in a strong tackle, brings him to ground and we'll have a ball up.
That 5-second period there was just a lot of errors by both sides, fumbling, no clean handball.
Could it be conditions? That I reckon it's probably conditions as we go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Mason Halloran just got the old blood rule coming off the ground now, boys.
Thanks very much, Blake. So just a momentary pitch in play here as the umpire starts it now. Nicely done there by Harry. Quickly kicked though by Matt Jones and up and under. Didn't go the required 10. Umpire called play on. Little handball over the top there. They might link up. Handball nicely done there by Marotta, but it was chopped off. And now Michael Dunn slammed it on his boot and kicked it up towards centre half forward. But there was nobody home. It was chopped off there by Jones for South Croydon.
Geez, lucky he didn't take that extra strip. Otherwise, he was gone.
Yeah.
He pokes it out wide, Jones. Had to be spot on.
Boundary.
They had some numbers at the fall of the ball, and here's Taylor on the right boot, squeezed to kick out. Nicely done there by King. They're linking up well now. South Croydon driving the ball deep inside forward 50, but not in the front spot that time was Sheridan, and it was nicely chopped off by Marr as we cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, you'll see Daniel King just on the edge of his own defensive 50. Went up for that marking contest, came down very hard. Had his hands on his knees for a good 20-30 seconds there, but looks like he's staying on.
Thanks, Chris. Been a tough contest early, plenty of tackling, a lot of pressure. As Blackburn chip it around in their back half, looking for an escape. It's a 1-on-2 contest here, and a mark taken. Good hands there by Ben Horsnail. He'll kick it towards us on the broadcast wing, and it's an intercept mark there. And South Croydon will send themselves back into attack. It's all tied up here. Go down the line, and it could be a bit of kick to kick. Mark taking in defence. Blackburn have been able to hold up quite well. Michael Dunn, he's got a nice boot on him. He'll send this towards us again. Harry tried to take the mark, and at ground level was Jakey Hammond. We'll kick it down to 1-on-1 contest. Out the back, a chance of Blackburn. Well picked up. Gone. Dorian just got the handball away. He got it off to Apple, who missed to the right.
Oh, he's going to get a free. He's going to get a free, Dorian. He copped one.
Now, I missed that, so a yellow card.
Yeah, it was a totally unnecessary play there.
It's Matt George.
Silly play by Matt George, who just came in after the handball had got given away in the quick kick, and then Dorian was there, and he just hit the deck straight away. So he'll go back and he'll put this one through.
I think Apple will get credited with the behind.
Well, that's terrible for Brendan Allen. That's what frustrates you the most. When you've got possession of the footy, and then you turn away over something dumb, and Mackenzie Dorian.
You just can't afford to give free kicks like that.
Boundary.
We'll go to boundary in just a second as Mackenzie Dorian takes his time lining up. A little bit of an angle, but not far out at all. And kick on the way. He's got his first. Or second. And Blackburn have their fifth. 5-3-33 to 4-2-26. 8 minutes gone in the second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We'll go down the boundary to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, it was only a few minutes ago that we mentioned Dan King was looking a bit worse for wear. He's just come off the ground now and he's in the hands of the trainers sitting down on the bench.
The thing is, I've noticed with South Croydon, when they're moving into their forward 50, Blackburn is steadfastly making sure that their back six structure is staying in place, and wherever possible, they're making it really hard to hit a target in South Croydon are finding it very hard to hit a target in their forward 50.
King got the knockdown that time. Kilpatrick was there, couldn't quite trap a little handball over the top there by Taylor. Put his teammate under a fair bit of pressure. Gets it back though. Scrambly kick. It was touched off the boot. The umpire's called play on. Still inside that centre square. Gets a fist out wide, which went every bit of a kick. Came out McKernan. Got the handball over the top. It was under pressure there. Liam Cox. He sees the ball over the boundary line right near the dugout of the Doggies, and we'll have a boundary throw in. 9 minutes gone here in the second term. Anzac Day clash out here. 98.1 Radio Eastern is where to listen to. Watch it on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome to everybody tuning in today. There's plenty of you as the umpire throws it up. Little knockdown. Quick kick by Blackburn out of the pack. Goes up towards the half-forward line. Scrambling over the top there was Jones. He got a handle on it. Had support there in Elders, who was happy to see the paint of the boundary, and we'll have a boundary throw-in right in front of our boundary riders out there today. Blake Tennant and Chris Curtis doing a great job early. Umpire to bring the ball back in. It's on the half-forward line here for Blackburn. What can they conjure from this stoppage? Little handball out the top, out the back there by Kenny. It's linked up well there with Taylor. They're doing it pretty tough here. Tegg was quickly wrapped up in a strong Nick Gray tackle, and we'll have a ball up. Almost true centre wing position out here, Ryan Long.
Absolutely. Morton Park. Wind's picked up again. It's been on and off. Out here is Harry trying to get the handball out. I don't know if he disposed it. He didn't. And King will take this. That was holding the ball. So right there, centre wing will decide whether he wants to switch it to go just down the line. And that's exactly what he does towards the half-forward line, and punched over the line there by Tom Maher. We'll get a boundary throw in. 10.5 minutes gone in this second term.
They're just not letting South Croydon get any space whatsoever, Blackburn. They're shutting them out really well.
It's been solid, Tom Maher, early.
Certainly has. They've had a couple of opportunities this quarter, but for the majority of the 10 minutes, it's been Blackburn. They've been able to put 2 goals to increase that margin to 7. Back here in the middle again. Bajaya. He's caught in a tackle.
You almost feel, Josh, that if Blackburn can play 5 minutes of really, really good football and kick 2 or 3 goals here, they can break this game open, I think.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. They're playing pretty decent footy at the moment, just in defence. It's all about if they can convert it into attack now.
7-point lead, as we said. 11.5 minutes gone in this second term. Blackburn 5-3, South Croydon 4-2. Harry just tapped it to himself in the end. Trying to grab it out was Marshall. Kick forward. And now an inside 50. Mark almost taken. And Blackburn's pressure's been good, but probably a missed opportunity there.
But equally, I was about to say for South Croydon, if they get on top in this contest and manage to find space, then they could, you could argue, sort of break this game open.
Well, very important for them to kick the next one and stay in the contest. Ball comes out, but it's going to come back its way again. There's Willis. We'll switch the play. Dangerous kick. Kilpatrick flew for it. Reed's there. Kilpatrick ends up with it. The handball out, and they link up. Max King from the arc looked to switch it towards the direction of Tegg, who's got time to pick it up. Got the handball off to Kilpatrick. Got past one. Kick inside 50 is a beautiful one.
Smart
and
there,
finds
bloke.
Daniel Cooper. Didn't panic and was smart with the footy, and Cooper should kick South Croydon's 5th.
Yeah, very good play there by Kilpatrick. Sees the situation. and made sure that he made the kick count and found a target in Cooper. Really important goal here for South Croydon. They must kick this goal, even though it's a 7-point game.
Yeah, they certainly haven't had the momentum this quarter. Daniel Cooper lines up, kick on its way, and it's home. And the Dogs get back to a 1-point margin, 5-2-33 to Blackburn 5-3-33.
I was just going to say, I think the key to, and Ryan called it perfectly, the no panic situation there by the Doggies as they worked the ball like pretty toughly through that forward 50. They certainly didn't panic at any stage and manufactured that goal in the end. Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, boys, I've got Blake next to me, kind of as my spotter, because he's just pointed out Daniel King back on the field now after that collision.
I was about to say, and he won it in the right hands in Daniel King and Braden Kilpatrick.
So ball back in the middle, getting slight boot to ball there was Reid. They're working it forward here. Chance on the left boot by Hornsnail. Inside forward 50 for Blackburn. Squeezed it wide, too wide in fact. Toby Wooler sees it over. He's kicked 2 goals already early in this game. We'll have a boundary throw-in right in front of the barbecue. Famous burger out here, the Blackburn burger. Been working overtime today over there on the grill.
Carl's Burgers there, BWS.
See Carlos behind the grill today, but I'm sure he's had something to do with what comes out of there. There's no doubt about that. Umpire throws it in. Getting down there was Taylor. He's had a good game. Kilpatrick got the handball. Swinging around on the right boot was Kenny this time. For the Doggies out, stretching wide there was Wilson. Couldn't quite bring the ball in. Hubber was there. He hit the deck. Strong tackle there by Aldous. And the umpire is going to not reward anybody in this instant. He's going to throw the ball up. So true centre wing position. Grandstand side of Morton Park on hands and knees, working his way out there was Reid. He's had a good game, but nicely chopped off. Nathan Kenny sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
It seems like Jason Reid, as well, as he's gotten more used to the speed of the game, he started to get on top in midfield.
Yeah, I think, and the other thing too is I think both coaches would be happy with their respective back sixes for keeping the pressure on their opposition forwards.
Here's Kilpatrick. Tackled right away by Reid. It's been an interesting contest between the two across the afternoon so far. Couldn't get any space that time, could Kilpatrick. He's had plenty of the footy. You'd like to see his stats going into half time. King got the tap out to Kilpatrick off the ground towards the boundary line. Might be able to grab this one. Almost cut off there by the Dogs, but Blackburn will go forward, direction of Wooler.
Over the shoulder.
And he's been given a free kick, so he's been very lively in this first half. As BWS mentioned, he's kicked the 2 goals. I think they're a little bit worried about him when they go forward, and that's a smart kick, and he's got a teammate.
Charlie Oglethorpe.
So Oglethorpe probably about 35 to 40 metres out. A shorter arc here, certainly not 50. Be kicking inside.
This is a right goal post. I would think.
Bit of an angle.
Yeah, with the dangle in it again, Ryan.
Murata kicked a shot from there not long ago and missed it to the left. This one from Oglethorpe looks good. If it holds its line, there's almost a mark taken, and it's just rushed over the line in the end. So Blackburn moved to 5-4-34, South Croydon 5-2-32. 15 coming up, 16 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Billy Hicks nearly made South Croydon pay there, just given too much space, and he's got a pretty decent leap on him.
So Jaden Cass brings the ball in. Ben Willis made some good space, so he takes it on that defensive arc. Winds around on that left boot, kicks it up towards the wing position. Intended target there was Wilson. Over the back it goes. Getting a hand on it was Gray. Had some teammates in support there. Wooler got the handball back over to Gray. Well, they put themselves in a bit of trouble here. Wooler's quickly wrapped up. That's a strong tackle there by Jaden Cass, and we'll have a ball up. Wing position out here, far side of Morton Park.
Gee, that was a handball in hope there by Nick Gray there.
2-point winning margin at the moment to the home side as it was thrown out. Umpire said play on. Cass, again, who's been lively, kicks it up towards the half-forward line, getting down low and almost taking the mark there was Wilson. He might have been a bit stiff right on his hammer, Paddy Cotter, and we'll have another ball up, but they've worked it forward, the Doggies. Trailing by 2, 17 crossover in this second term. On the Eastland match of the day, Anzac Day special. Bajaya barged his way through, but kicked by Reid. Found the middle of the ground here. Who's going to win out? Aldous was in there for the Dogs. Over the top there, Paddy Lawler copped one high and he'll receive the free kick. In the middle, there 2 kicks from home here. Lawler goes wide, inside forward 50. The big fly over the back, couldn't quite rip that one down. There was Winter, I think, and the kick goes out of that defensive zone just, but they've got the numbers. Blackburn, really strong tackle that time there by Matty Aldis, and we'll see a ball up 45 metres out from the Blackburn goal line.
I think it was about this timeline last year when Paddy Lawler kicked 4 quick goals in the second quarter.
Well, here they go again. Blackburn inside 50 towards the top of the square. That might just go through. And what a kick there. I believe that was Horsnell from outside the arc. Puts through Blackburn 6-4-40 to South Croydon 5-2-32. Coming up to 18 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Jeez, that wind is working a bit of wonders there, because that was a similar goal to what Braden Kilpatrick had in that first quarter, just outside 50, and a much-needed one for Blackburn, who had started to get on top of this contest.
I think the thing is too, Josh, I think this ground is much better suited for players on the run kicking goals, not set shots.
Yeah, it seemed that way, because a couple of the set shots have been a little bit shaky, I feel.
Fire throws this one up. Handy lead of 8 points at this stage as they run away the doggies. Marotta on the right boot. Waste no time inside forward 50 at the fall. The ball was King. Dano, which way is he going to go? Linking handball up. It was a risky one too because Marotta was there, but it was a tough one for him to take. So the clearing kick by Blackburn comes out. Dorian's got a little bit of space here. He'll paddle it to his advantage. He's kicked 2. He hits the 50. He squeezes a kick up to the top of the goal square. It was a bit of a floater in the end and it went straight down the throat of Tommy Shink, who has the clearing kick now for the doggies. And they're going to waste no time either as Matty Aldis takes the ball. He gets the handball away to Kilpatrick up towards the wing position, but it wasn't crash shot because Wright was there to chop it off for Blackburn.
Good pressure by Oglethorpe to force the error then.
Short pass by Wright. Answorth is screaming for it in the middle. So too is Reed. Both ignored as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Little handball over the top. This might work out okay for Eppel. Little scrambly kicking towards the forward pocket. It's really a low percentage play out that way. But right in front of the grandstand, right in front of the faithful in the red jackets, which just goes far and wide around Morton Park today. It's an 8-point lead to Blackburn as we hit almost time on here in this second term.
Just watch Patrick Lawler in this stoppage. I reckon he'll try to burst his way through and potentially kick a goal.
So dangerous here for South Croydon. Marotta got the tap, and they look to clear it out. Bit of pressure here for Dano King. Did well, the handball over the top to Jones. We've seen that plenty of times before. The kick from Jones was a bit of a poor one. It's cut off by Wright, and they look to attack again. Blackburn inside 50, putting the pressure on the South Croydon defence. A couple plays flew then. Marotta may have caught one high, but the umpire says, give it to me, and we'll ball it up inside 50.
Yeah, nothing to see there.
Certainly didn't like it. As we'll get a ball up deep inside Blackburn's forward 50. King just grabbed it out of the ruck, tried to get the kick, but it was smothered by Reed. Reed picks up now, and he's caught high. Umpire didn't see it. We'll get another ball up.
Well, he sort of dropped his knees a bit there, Reed, trying to milk that free kick.
Yeah, it was right in front of the umpire, who had a good view, I think, and just didn't fall for it.
Yeah, he said no. So ball up again. King tap forward, picking it up. Was Kilpatrick tackled by Reed. Get another ball up, coming up to 21 minutes gone in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blackburn lead by 8 points.
Looks like the canteen's on fire in the background. As the umpire throws the ball up, King got a palm down and then won his own football. Slammed it on his boot, kicked it in towards the middle of the ground, over the shoulder. This time Marotta's going to get the free kick, throwing the arms up, going hallelujah. He gets the ball now. Wants to waste no time. There might be a 25-metre penalty too. He's got to come back and kick over the mark, which you'll be spewing about because Wilson had a bit of space and took the mark inside 50.
I was about to say, that's probably one of the only few times that James Wilson has had any space inside that forward 50.
Well, he won't have it now.
So Marotta. Everyone's back. Everyone's manned up now. So they might just go for the switch here and try and work something out, and that's what they'll do. Tommy Shink takes it. Lost a little bit of meterage here, but he takes off and wins that back. Thumps a beautiful 50-metre kick up towards the half-forward line, but nobody really wanted it there for the doggies that time. Halloran probably should have gone up, but Hubbard was there to take a good mark there for Blackburn. So they'll use the wide spaces here. as Bajaya takes it on the right boot. It was square up kick looking for Answorth. It was knocked away from him. King had to do the roving that time. The big man thumped it on his boat looking for Wilson, but it was chopped off. Nicely done there by Cotter. He's been solid for defence for Blackburn in this first half. Chips it over the top. His kick had to sit up, and it did just that. Short passes on Wooler, who's been one of Blackburn's best. He's too far out to score this time. Short passes on, and that's a good one. In space is Oglethorpe, right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Weighing up his options. A neat kick again, so they're doing well here. The skipper takes the mark. Paddy Lawler, he's a little bit too far out to score, so he's going to kick it right to the hot spot. Who's going to be the flyer here over the back? Bajaya was in there at the fall of the ball. It'll kick off the ground. It was a risky one. The umpire said play on, and Ainsworth tried to claim the mark at that stage. Got the handball out wide. Backwards to go forwards. They're going to just square things up here. Bajaya dropped him hard. It was hard work for him to take the mark. Tried to get a linking handball. They've still got the numbers here, but the Burners, they're working really hard. Lawler around the body. Scrambling kick to the top of the goal square. Wooler was there. Laid a good tackle on Marotta. The umpire said play on. Came out to Taylor, who dropped the ball. That's got to be holding the ball. He's not going to let that one go. Sensational chase. Sensational tackle by Billy Hicks. And he'll have a shot. Very difficult angle, though.
They were hell-bent on winning that forward 50 there, Blackburn. By hook or by crook, they wanted to win that forward 50 to get a shot on goal.
It was like the Richmond of old, just trying to push it forward, just trying to will themselves to the goal line, Blackburn, and they might get rewarded here.
Oh, Billy Hicks, will he go the left foot snap? It looks to be that way, brings it around, and he made a mess of that one as he just managed to scramble in behind. As we cross the almost 24-minute mark of this second term, 6-4-40, plays 5-2-32. It's an 8-point lead as we cross down boundary side to Blake Whispers, Tennant.
Yeah, so Matt George, the yellow card has just come back onto the ground, boys.
Thanks there, Blake, as Cass will clear it out. The Dogs looking for Jones, fell through his hands, but ends up with the footy anyway. He's caught in a tackle. Umpire will say, give it to me. 24 minutes gone. South Croydon under a lot of pressure.
Where I feel Blackburn have really upped the antes, their intensity on the tackle. They really are tackling hard here at the moment.
They certainly are. Chance of Jones to get the ball on the boot into a dangerous spot. Well done there by Jackson Wright. Courageous mark in the middle of the ground. Looked to play on straight away, and that one, bit of a dangerous kick, just reached a teammate over the top, and he'll roll out of bounds. Kilpatrick was standing underneath it, only got a hand to it though. Coming up to the 25-minute mark of this second term. And it's Blackburn 6-5-41 to South Croydon 5-2-32. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or Facebook and YouTube. King with the tap down. Looking for a teammate there in Taylor, who's wrapped up, and the ball comes out towards goal here for Blackburn and hits the post. Just a minor score, so 6-6-42. Blackburn had a couple of chances late. South Croydon 5-2-32, a 10-point lead, 25 minutes.
Was that Reid then that had that shot?
I think it was Answorth who had it.
We'll give him a point.
So Aldous just loped out and kicked a real floater out of that defensive zone. Got it out. Cox got it away. Got it to Kilpatrick. They've made their way up to the wing position, but a bit of a throw sees the ball come back in. King was in there, so too was Cox. Got boot to ball and up and under one. Standing underneath it strong was Sheridan. He's going to be paid the mark. Coming in late there was Harry with the spoil. Hang on to it enough. So Sheridan on the left boot. Beautiful kick inside forward 50. Wilson used his body perfectly, gave the handball off. Can this be a go for the Dogs? A scrambling kick forward, and that's a good one too. Tommy Taylor puts it through for the Doggies, and they get the answer they were after as we cross the 26-minute mark in this second term.
Talk about against the flow of play. That is the definition of it right there. That's a crucial goal for South Croydon. Blackburn were really on top in that in the last couple of minutes, but that's going to give Brendan Allen a bit to work with and a bit of a confidence booster heading into half-time.
Margin back to 4 points. So that's, as you said, a great result for South Croydon, because I think they've only had one inside 50 in the last 5 or 6 minutes. It's been all Blackburn doing the attacking.
Boundary.
We'll go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Sorry, boys. That was actually Matt Jones, number 17, who just kicked that one.
Matt Jones isn't 17. I think that's, Daniel Cooper as the ball comes out. Here's a chance of Blackburn. They've got numbers behind the footy. And they'll look to kick it towards Oglethorpe. Punch from behind. Grabbing it there was Cox. Got the handball off to Max King. Max King moves around and finds a teammate on the wing in Ben Willis. Who'll look to send the Dogs towards the half-forward line. Standing under it was Kate Answorth. Came back with the fly of the ball to take
mark. That's a
great
very good
mark. Under pressure, 27 minutes gone. They lead by 4 points. Short kick finds Reed. He's had plenty of the footy early in this first half. They would love one more because they probably deserve to be a couple goals up, Blackburn. Fly off the top. Couldn't quite take it.
Well done.
Shink got the handball out and have linked up quite well here. Here's Helleran towards a teammate there in Tegg, who'll send them into attack. It's a 2-on-1. And they sort of punched the ball from his teammate there, did Dunn. They still managed to clear it out. And here's Answorth. They've got players out.
Oh, here they
chance
go.
Over the top is Hammond if Wooler can get there. Taps it forward. The boundary line gets there. Had Jake Hammond all by himself. But they couldn't quite make it work. But they will still take a lead into halftime. 6-6-42 Blackburn to South Croydon. 6-2-38 Ben Warren-Smith with the goal kickers in the first half.
Major goal kickers on the board. We'll start with the side that leads by 3 points. That's Blackburn. 2 goals to Mackenzie Dorian and 2 to Toby Wooler, while singles to Jakey Hammond and Ben Hornsnail. Over at South Croydon, 3 goals to Dan Cooper with getting a timely one late in that second term, and singles to Marotta, Sheridan and Kilpatrick. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio East, and it's a standalone game on our Eastland Match of the Day, Anzac Day special. 2 quarters down, 2 quarters to go. We'll talk about what happened in the first half with Matt Spider-Lee and the gang right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back. It's the Halftime Show. My name is Blake Tennant, your host of the Halftime Show. Joining me, of course, is my boundary reporter, Chris Curtis. Chris, welcome aboard to the Halftime Show.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Happy to be here. Good game of footy so far, so excited to break it down.
Yeah, and joining us, of course, is Matt Spider-Lee. Matt, what have you seen anything? What's been the how's the way you see it, mate?
Be with us, folks.
The right one on. Now we're back. Look, the first half, really impressed by both sides to the start. I felt, look, in the first quarter, it was a bit of an arm wrestle. I felt that South Croydon probably deserved to be in front by another goal. They were 5 points up. On the way that they did, on the dominance of what they had going forward, possibly should have been 11 points up. Blackburn, at times, they look good when they go in to score. They look like they're capable of doing it. You know, Hammond and Waugh are vital. They're working well together up forward. And Cooper was doing some really good things for South Croydon. Kilpatrick, some really important centre clearances. In the second term, I thought Blackburn started to get control of the game, and probably the scoreboard hasn't really reflected that at half time. And that's because they just a couple of times they just haven't been able to put the icing on the cake in terms of when and finally get that result. I think when you look at what they've done in that second term, Blackburn, guys like Lawler, Paddy started to get his hands on the ball, and Reid started to come into the game, use the ball a lot better. Oglethorpe, his forward pressure was being really impressive. Macadorian was really good in that second term, kicked 2 very important goals, started to get his hands on the ball. So Blackburn look like at times they're going to burst the game open from that perspective, but then going back the other way, they just haven't been able to capitalise. They're back 6, Blackburn, holding up really steady. I think Tom Maher's playing really well at the moment, Dunn doing it exceptionally well. And I think that's been the good thing about Blackburn this year so far, defensive 6, hanging on really tight. Jackson Wright took that courageous mark. That just showed some of the stuff that they've improved on during the first few rounds of the season. From the South Croydon perspective, they've just got to keep chipping away at this margin. Brendan Allen's just got to keep working the angles a little bit. If they can continue to get some centre clearances, they can really make some inroads in this second up. But I really do believe it's Blackburn's game there for the taking at the moment. They have control of the game, just need to get it onto the scoreboard and try and get a space in it. But they're really putting some pressure on.
Yeah, very good analysis there. From a South Croydon point of view, Chris, of course, our Spiders really done Blackburn. What do you think South Croydon need to do? They've had no limits coming into this year. They want to bang that up early and get that going. But what do you think? What do you think's a big message that Brendan Allen will start to pump up South Croydon a bit here?
Yeah, well, look, we saw early on in the game, they were a bit risky coming out of defensive 50 through a few almost turnovers, but they've looked to clear that up, and I think they've done it pretty successfully as the game's gone on. Obviously, they're committing a lot of plays to the ball. One thing I heard from the Blackburn quarter-time speech was that, they noticed that South Croydon were pushing a winger forward and getting him into the contest. So it's just trying to find that balance, which I think at times they've done well. At times, they could probably improve on, but that's just with the ebb and flow.
There you have it. So, just before we go off of half-time, boys, I thought I'd give my burger rating. If you've been listening on the screens of 98.1 and the Facebook and YouTube. So, Carl's Burgers, as BWS alludes to, very famous burger down here at the Burner's Nest down here. So, I'm going to give it today. I reckon we'll give it about 9 out of 10. I thought the coleslaw was really good today, and good mixture of salt, bit of mixtures as well. So good all-round burger. I'm sure BWS will be alluded to. So boys, just quick tip. I'll start with you, Spider. Who do you see winning? Do you see Blackburn's hanging on? Or
I think Blackburn will go away within the second half. Really believe the Ruck Harry will get in control of the game. King's playing well, but I think the Blackburn mids will get on top and be able to get the result. Too much depth, and I think their ball movement will be too good. But simply at the moment comes into where the South Croydon can go all day. Not sure they're going to be able to.
And you, Chris?
Yeah, well, look, I started off pre-game. I said Blackburn by 20, and I don't want to flip back on that, but I think this next quarter coming up is definitely going to be a big one in terms of the outcome of the match.
Yeah, I alluded to this as well. Heavily during when I was going through it all. I feel like South Croydon, they always just come out for this game, and unfortunately, I just think that Blackburn just have some better plays and all that. But this is where I'll get my tip in a minute, but this is where the limits can be tested for South Croydon. You know, they're hanging on about no limits down here.
Well, they have to get they've got to get their ball movement right. At the moment, there's messy entries going into that forward line. If they tidy that up, and lift their eyes a little bit better, puts more pressure on the Blackburn back six. But the way the ball's currently going in, it's too easy to mop up. That defence from Blackburn can set up and transition the ball a lot more efficiently.
Yep. So I think I'm going to stick with Blackburn. I think they've just, as I said, they've just got too many better players at the moment. You know, just getting that usage in as well is really happening to Burners. And I think it'll be close to about 3/4 time. And I just think Blackburn will just have the, you know, better leaders, better quality of ball users, and I think this game will blow apart probably around the 4 to 5 goal mark. So I'm going to go Blackburn as well. And if you're around at the moment, and you know, halftime show happening as well, there's another game happening on. I'll try and get a score update quickly for down at the Collingwood Essendon game. But yeah, so I think we're all going to go Blackburn for this one. But can we see it blown open though? Can we see it, you know, be a close game, or do you think we can, you know?
Oh, look, I think it needs South Croydon to really start hitting the scoreboard and putting that pressure on, getting that ball delivery in, but also winning through the midfield. At the moment, they're just hanging on by a thread for me, and they really just need to continue that sort of game. But defensively, I think they really need to tidy up South Croydon, because the forward line pressure from Blackburn at the moment is exceptional, and if that continues to the likes of Dorian and through Hicks, etc., and yeah, that's going to be a really big problem for them. But I think Blackburn are capable and competent to get this job done in the second half in all three facets of the game.
So just got a first quarter score at the MCG, just while we've got time a bit here. I've got Essendon 5 straight 30 to Collingwood 139. So nervous times ahead for Collingwood supporters. I always say it's a good time when they lose. But anyway, that's enough. Anyway, that will wrap things up here at the halftime show. At the moment, it's the Burners, Blackburn 6-6-42 to South Croydon 6-2-38. So a 4-point margin here for the Burners. We'll hear our call team coming up very shortly, and the game should not be too far away. So stay tuned whether you're on the radio or if you're watching it live on your stream or Facebook and YouTube. This is not one you want to miss. So get back to this game, because this is going to be a ripper.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Anzac Day blockbuster out at Morton Park. It's half-time here. Blackburn leads South Croydon 6-6, 42 to 6 to 38, and both sides about to make their way out on the field for the second half action. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brash and Josh Ward. Brash, we'll start with you. Your assessment of that first half close, and using the win in that second quarter, Blackburn probably maybe left a couple of goals on the table.
Possibly, but I think the thing that I like about this particular contest is that both sides have been able to take the key opposition forward out of the contest, so that they haven't been able to dominate and kick goals. Both sides have been forced to run, use the width of the ground, and also have had to tackle very hard, as well as when they go into their forward 50, become a lot more inventive. I think the game's going to come down to, once again, if South Croydon can sort of put their foot on the pedal a little bit in this third quarter and kick a few goals with the wind going down towards the pavilion end or the train tunnel end, I think that could set them in good stead in the final quarter. But I just sort of feel that Blackburn just have been using the ball a little better, but haven't had the results on the board. But that's kudos to South Croydon for putting the necessary pressure on the Blackburn ball carrier, Josh.
Yeah, and equally for Blackburn, whenever it's been in South Croydon's forward 50, which it was for little bits in that second quarter, in that first quarter as well, they've held up really well, the defence. Their defensive pressure from obviously their defenders, but also their midfielders has been really strong. If they can keep that up for a quarter, maybe the game might start to open up for them, either late in the third or early on in the fourth.
Ryan, both midfields really, there hasn't been really a midfield that has really taken the ascendancy in this contest. You know, I think both Harry and Max King have sort of broken even in the ruck, and I feel that both their sides have respectively benefited from the hit-outs and have managed to get the clearances accordingly.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been pretty even. You look at Blackburn perspective, Ainsworth had a really strong start to the game. Reid finds the footy all the time, and he's been well matched up against Kilpatrick, who's had plenty of clearances himself. So I really like both sides and the way they've gone about this first half of footy, and I agree. I think South Croydon, if they can put themselves in front at three-quarter time, they'll give themselves a chance, but if Blackburn go in with a two-goal lead or so at three-quarter time, I think it'll make it quite difficult as we get ready for the third quarter to get started. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We've had a couple of people, one from Thailand, I think, having a look at the comments before. We love that.
And it's a 27-point lead to Essendon in
Oh,
the
we
first
like that.
So don't worry about that. Just come down here and watch the game out here at Morton Park as the umpire throws it up. And now as King got the knockdown as it came to deck, and umpire's non-officiating umpire is paid holding the ball here in the middle of the ground. So,
well, what's going on here, because one's paid around the neck, the other one's paid dropping the ball.
I think it's going to be a pull up.
I think that's how we got to go with it.
yeah,
Give it to me, says umpire.
Yeah, so it goes back to the ball up here. So
that's a fair decision, I reckon. Fair decision.
No, the umpire throws it up now. King knocks it over. Barging his way through there was Reid. Couldn't quite get the ball. Nicely done there by Ainsworth. Kick was smothered though. But Jaya was in there. Over the top of him was Cass, who wraps him up in a tackle. Going nowhere. We'll have a ball up just outside the centre square here. 4-point lead to Blackburn. 1 minute into this third term. Premiership quarter. Knock goes out wide and wider again. Doggies have the numbers. Working his way out of a phone booth with Cass. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It was almost on point. Breed went charging through. King had him wrapped up, almost pinged. And we'll have a ball up 40 metres out. South Croydon's end here. Chance for an early score. Harry in the front spot, picked up there on the left boot by Kilpatrick around the body. It had enough purchase on it. That's an absolute perler, and there's no Tobin Brothers goal of the day, but that certainly is an absolute ripper and one of the best we have seen. And the opening goal of this third term goes the way of the Doggies, and they reclaim the lead out here at Morton Park, 7-2, 44 to 6-6, 42.
Well, we've seen moments of brilliance from Braden Kilpatrick and just how lethal that left boot of his is. You know, he set up Daniel Cooper late in that second quarter for a crucial goal for South Croydon, and he's kicked two himself, both on the same end of the ground. He is playing a magnificent game.
Well, he's averaging 24 possessions so far this season, Kilpatrick, with an 80% accuracy.
We'll watch him here now. He almost grabbed the clearance, but it was Blackburn who had control of the numbers. Here's Dano King, throws the ball in the boot, bouncing ball forward. Tegg might be able to get onto this. Cooper got the handball forward, it's cut off, and Blackburn under a bit of pressure here early on in this third term. So we're going to get a ball up just outside the forward 50 for the Dogs.
I think both sides are playing like they know exactly what's on the line here, and they're not. Neither side is really giving an inch here.
And Harry's punch, looking for the boundary line, he gets it just before Matty Jones could get there.
Because I think both sides understand the repercussions of a win or loss here. It's how important it is.
Certainly big for both clubs, as you said. South Croydon are looking for their first win of the season. Blackburn would have come into this game probably expecting a win after their hot start to the season. And here's the Dogs again. It was Jones who linked up. Kilpatrick inside 50. Was touched off the boot, as you heard the umpire. Snap around the corner from Sheridan.
Good goal.
Right through the middle. And he's got his second. And the Dogs have got two in the third term. 8-2, 50 to 6-6, 42. Hot start.
Jeez, what about the tap as well from the Rapid? Mason Halloran pulling that out of the hat right there. And that's on the non-preferred as well from Tom Sheridan. That's a brilliant finish.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Kilpatrick in amongst that as a goal assist again. So he started lively in this third term. It's an 8-point lead now, so definitely the start that the Doggies wanted. They kick with that breeze. Chatting with a few Blackburn supporters at half-time, they were a little bit edgy, not expecting it to be as close as what it was, and now they find themselves with an 8-point deficit as we restarted again here in the middle. King got that knockdown. Who can get the clearing ball out of here? Bajaya was in there. He was wrapped up in a tackle. Three Dogs on top of him. King being one of them, Jones and Kilpatrick the third. And we will have a ball up right in the guts here. Byer throws it up. King was up favoured to his advantage, so he got a little paddle on. Little handball out wide there by Reed. That was okay. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line for Blackburn. Goes in that direction there of Wooler. Hammond's been really quiet, hasn't he, Brush?
He hasn't had a chance to impose himself on the contest yet.
Just loving the contest between Reed and Kilpatrick. They're following each other at the moment as we get a boundary throw in right in front of the new scoreboard. Down at the Blackburn end. Ball brought back into play. King and Harry jostle for the contest here. Kilpatrick got it off to Jones. Dano King down the line. Punch from behind there from Marauder. As Cooper throws away an opponent and the ball goes out of bounds.
The one thing I've noticed in this third quarter, gentlemen, is King is starting to sort of influence into make an influence in the ruck here.
Certainly right. Both players quite impressive. Harry's still pretty young in the Blackburn side as he gets this one, grabs it out of the ruck, tried to get it off to Reed. And here's a chance for Cass, couldn't quite pick it up. Jones did, who's been really impressive. One-on-one, Marauder, couldn't quite take the mark. Marr grabbed it for Blackburn. A big tackle here will lead to a ball up inside 50 for South Croydon. 5.5 minutes gone in this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. South Croydon lead by 8 points.
Few hearts in the mouths for the Red Jackets at the moment as the ball's deep in the Doggy forward line. Hitting the deck that time, Marauder, who's kicked one in this game so far. He'll pick himself up. You had Nick Gray right there too, and a quick restart, which is like exactly what we like to see. So came in, he's trying to trap the ball, was King, and just fumbled it at the crucial stage and sees it over the boundary line and out.
I reckon if he hadn't fumbled that King, I reckon he would have kicked the goal then.
Yeah. He's looked very threatening early on in midfield in this third quarter. He started that first centre bounce as well.
No, it's about 35 out. Harry goes up against Marauder. Harry had the front spot, palmed it down nicely. That was good. Tommy Marr scrambled a kick, but it was worked okay because Coombs trapped it. Swung around on the right boot, kicked it up towards the wing position. It should have been paid a mark there. The umpires said could play on. Doggies go forward again, deep in towards the forward pocket. Big fly that time by Paddy Cotter, and he takes an absolute ripper. He's been solid as a rock down back today for Blackburn, and he switches the play, goes out wide. It was a risky kick getting underneath it there. Was Dan Cooper, who's kicked 3 goals today for South Croydon. He's right on the arc, on the boundary, but this is certainly not beyond him. He takes off now. He's got 3. He's looking for 4. He goes all the way. That's a sensational kick. 4 goals on the board to Dan Cooper, and the Doggies are alive in this third term.
Very good play there by Dan Cooper.
He read that well because there was no one manning the mark really or sideways of him, and just. I mean, we talked about in pre-game him and James Wilson needing to have a big game for South Croydon to win. While Wilson hasn't really had the biggest game, it's been Dan Cooper who has.
He certainly stood up, and another player, I think, Matt Jones, has been absolutely fantastic. And
Jones has gone into the midfield here in this second half, and he's won some crucial clearances along with Kilpatrick, and they seem to be raffling the ball between them at the moment.
Both of them looking dangerous. What can Blackburn do here to get a quick response? Well, it looks like South Croydon again through Max King, throws it on the boot, forward, punch from behind there from Marr, bouncing towards the boundary line, kept in the Dogs. Smart little handball off the top to Kilpatrick. Went backwards to Willis, who looks inbound. Few plays high, and it falls into the hands of Tegg, who was wrapped up into a tackle. We'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Dogs. They lead by 14 points.
All of a sudden, the Dogs have got the hunger for the appetite here.
They certainly do. King in the ruck, got the hit out down. Here's Jones again. Shrugs off an opponent, did well. And a chance now for San, threw it onto the boot. That's going to be wide, and it's punched over the line. Still in a dangerous position here. 7.5 minutes gone in the third term. South Croydon 9-2, Blackburn 6-6.
The one thing I've noticed as well, South Croydon, they really just want to keep that ball moving as much as possible at every opportunity.
14-point lead to the Dogs. Putting on a lot of forward pressure here in this third term as the palm down came by King straight into the arms there of Cooper, got it away through the arms there of Wilson, still alive, about 20 metres out, linking handball over the top. Wilson got a handle on it. Now the Burners through right, over the top he goes. That was okay. Cotter got the crucial handball away in the nick of time. Epple handball, got it away to Harry. He was tackled. Nice tackle there though by Wright. He wrapped up Fazan nicely, and we will have a ball up about 50 metres out from the Doggy goal line. South Croydon doing well here in this third term. Kick by Harry, who took it out of the ruck, was smothered. Ball works forward here. Cooper was in there, so too was Michael Dunn for the Burners. He hits the deck. It's going nowhere. We'll have another ball up.
They really have upped the ante here, the Bulldogs. They are really going for it here.
Throws this one up. Nicely done there by King. He tried to steal it out and slam it on his boot for a goal, but it was smothered, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
They just need to take control of this football, Blackburn. They just need 3 or 4 minutes of slow tempo football just to get back into this contest.
Under extreme pressure. We'll get a boundary throw-in. King in the ruck against Harry, been a fascinating contest. King wins this one, taps it in towards a dangerous position, but Blackburn will try and clear it. Jones did well against Reed, got it to ground level. Kilpatrick got the handball back to Marotta, and back in the middle, they're wrapped up in a tackle there. Jaden Cass, about 60 from home for South Croydon. They've kicked all 3 goals in this third term. Blackburn yet to score since half-time. King with the tap out, punched away there by Wright, but it went straight to a South Croydon player. They've done quite well. Willis will send him back into attack again. One-on-one contest. A free kick's been awarded, and it's been awarded to Blackburn. Patrick Cotter. I thought Marotta actually might have got a free kick there.
I would have called play on because both players were at fault.
Looked even as Jackson Wright takes a mark right in front of us, and he'll just kick it over the top if he can just get there. There's a player there, couldn't quite take the mark there, Epple, and he's held up by 2 Dogs. It looks like we might get a stoppage here. And we will.
Well, we did say that it was going to either one of these sides needed a 10-minute period where they could take control of the contest, and so far South Croydon haven't disappointed.
Certainly needs someone to step up here. Blackburn, who's going to do it? Dorian got the handball out. Here's Answorth. Slams it on his boot, looking for Hammond, who fell over at the crucial stage. And now the Dogs are going to run away with it through Tegg on the right boot. Kicks it out wide. Bouncing football. Well done there by Dunn. Little handball backwards. They'll use the middle corridor. You'd think Blackburn, they've just got to spot up the target. They had a bit of time, though. That was okay. Hubber on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It sits up, but underneath it magnificently there was Alders. The umpire said play on. The Doggy faithful were filthy about that one, but they'll get enough time through. Dano King on the right boot, kicks it up towards the Sheridan direction. Couldn't take the mark, but had enough skill to get it at ground level and thump it on his left boot. The ball goes driving inside forward 50, but getting back timely was Riley Winter for Blackburn, and he takes the mark and a chance for Blackburn to move the ball forward.
Gee, important mark there by Winter.
Massive. And now's their opportunity for Blackburn to slow this game down and take control of it.
So here's Jackson Wright. Got a bit of time and space, finds the skipper in Lawler. Can they get the next one? They haven't kicked the goal since half-time. It's a turnover. Kilpatrick might make him pay for it. Marauders down back, but well defended. And that's punched over the line, so boundary throw in.
I think they'll be happy with that boundary throw in there in their forward 50. South Croydon gives them another scoring opportunity.
Certainly right.
Was really well done by Riley Winter to create the spoil there, running back against it.
Marauder looked dangerous, but as I said, well defended, and the ball to be brought back in here. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. It's the Dogs who lead by 14 points. 12 minutes into this third term. Blackburn tried to get out, but he was caught.
And he knew it.
By Dano King, who can line up for South Croydon's 10th and give the Dogs a 20-point lead if he can kick truly.
See Dano King now these days sports the full-length jumper. He must be getting a bit colder in his older age, Brash. Used to have the three-quarter sleeve forever.
Yeah, he did, but...
The great Dano King had a big milestone game last year. He'll line up just inside the arc, and that kick to the right is a minor score. Let Blackburn off. 9 goals, 357 to the Burners, 6-6-42. We've played 12 and a half minutes into this third quarter on the Bingo Bank scoreboard.
Probably didn't aim to that left goal post. That dragged the ball across then.
Well, Coombs does the kick in. Hubbard wanted it. Coombs said, go away, it's mine. It comes out now. Little handball over the top by Willis of the follow ball. Burners have the numbers. Bajaya up the wing position. Hammond's come a long way out from goal. He'll chip it over the top to the skipper. It was a risky kick, but it hit the target. Lawler takes the mark. He just dropped it. He wanted to go on with it. So there's still a couple of kicks from home here, Blackburn. We'll go down boundary side shortly. Just watch what ensues here as Lawler kicks it to the hot spot. Big fly at the top of the pack. At the fall of the ball, Blackburn trying to get a tackle away. Just couldn't hold it. McKernan slams it on his boot out of the danger zone, but straight into the arms of Wright, who chips it out wide. It's got to stay in, but Jaya took it. He's 60 metres out from Blackburn's goal. They need the next one. They trail by 15 points. 14 and a half minutes gone in this third term. You'd expect him just to kick it to the top of the square. Instead, he goes even shorter, and it goes back to Paddy Lawler. Yeah. He's going to have a shot, you would think, as we quickly cross down boundary side.
Yeah, boys, just a quick one. Notice the scoreboard was a bit late to start on the clock, so probably further towards 17-minute mark at this stage.
Yeah, it's clicked over 16 here on our clock up here. Thanks very much there to Chris Curtis as the Doggies go out wide and they'll slow things down to move the ball forward.
15 minutes.
15 minutes there.
You're looking at the time, it's 16 o'clock.
On our clock on the screen as looks to be Jones out at half back, just slowing things down for the Dogs. They've had all the territory in play in this third term. They lead by 15 points. They've certainly put a case for themselves. They've used them to win this quarter. Big fly out the back and a mark taken. Well done there by Luke Combs. And he'll send Blackburn forward and punched over the line there by Devon McKernan.
That was really good effort.
Blackburn need Lawler or Hammond to try and have an impact in the next 5 to 6 minutes to try and get them back into the contest because they're not getting any enough football.
They haven't had many opportunities this quarter. The territory has been owned by the Dogs. And wrapping up a big tackle there, Matt George.
Boundary.
I think go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Charlie Oglethorpe here. He's a bit ginger at the moment. He's hobbling off a bit here, so just be mindful. Watch it here.
We will whispers. Thank you. There's Dorian to send Blackburn inside 50. It's a one-on-one contest. Falls out the back to Wooler. Got the handball forward. Or cut off there by McKernan. Big bump, and the ball goes out of bounds with 16 minutes gone now on our official time clock. 15-point lead to South Croydon.
I think the player that needs, I think it's got to come from Jake Hammond, the player, to step up, because he hasn't really been sighted the last couple of quarters.
Wooler was in the front spot. Marotta had the knock over the back. They've got the numbers though. Dorian was looking for the handball, but pinged at the last stage there was Jackson Wright, who didn't dispose of it correctly. So Braden Kilpatrick, who kicked 2 early goals for the Dogs, will be the recipient here in the back arc. Short passes on, finds Matty Jones. Slowing things down, looking up his options. Might create the switch here, Jones, and he's going to do just that. Tommy Shinks in the back pocket takes the mark and wastes no time because he spotted up a teammate along the wing position. Dropped what he should have taken there was Willis, but he had enough time on the left boot. Drives the ball inside forward 50. In the front spot there was Tom Maher, and he wasn't going anywhere. He could feel the footsteps coming from Tommy Sheridan over the back, but he held his ground and knocked it over the boundary line and out.
I know he didn't take the mark, but he did very well. He had a couple opponents on him and just kept it in front.
That's a big win, a massive win to get that forward 50 stoppage.
Right in front of the old scoreboard here at Morton Park. The boundary throw-in will come in. It's about 45 metres out from the South Croydon goal line. The next goal is critical in the context of this game as it comes out. Kilpatrick will be the first player to meet it. He fumbled it a little bit but paddled it back. That was okay. The quick kick by Liam Cox goes inside forward 50, hugging the boundary line, but strong jukes. That was a sensational mark as the ball just sat up in the air. It floated for ages.
Is that Michael Cooper again?
And the mark has been taken by the man who's kicked 4 goals this afternoon. He can't put a foot wrong at the moment. Going to have a difficult ping from here.
Tough angle.
I tell you what, though, when he's in form, Cooper, he's nearly unstoppable.
Oh, yeah. So Cooper, hop, skip, and a jump. He gets pretty close to the man on the marker. That is a magnificent kick. It never looked like missing when it left the boot. Strike a line through those 4. That's 5 now for Cooper, and a big lead out here. No one saw this one coming. No one had the guts on this media team to tip South Croydon today. No. And then they lead by 21 points, 10 goals, 3. They're kicking straight, 63. Blackburn 6-6-42.
Well, you can see why South Croydon missed Daniel Cooper last season. I think it was only 2 games he played last season, and just he's providing something up in that forward line. When James Wilson hasn't really had an impact, it's been Daniel Cooper who's stepped up.
Big time goal. Goal number 5 for Cooper. As we just said, that's a big achievement so far. He might be on his way to an Anzac Day medal if the Dogs will get up. There's Jones. But the handball out to Cox. Cox inside 50. Could they get 5 in a row? Looking for Wilson. Doing well on him again was Cotter, who's played pretty well in defence. Follows up with a tackle on Wilson, who got the handball out to Dano King. Over the top, back to Jones. A kick right up in towards the sky. Might be able to mark it himself. Dano went up for it. Paddy Lawler got the kick forward, though, for Blackburn. Earning some territory. There's Mackenzie Dorian underneath the pack to get the handball forward. They keep it going. And this is well done here by Blackburn. They're a chance to go forward through Reed. Inside 50. The kick's not a great one. Didn't give his teammate there in Horsenail much of a chance as South Croydon looked to retreat through Kilpatrick at the half-back line.
He's been everywhere in this third quarter, Kilpatrick.
Yep. He certainly has. Short kick forward. Finds Tegg, who's got a bit of time here just to work out what to do with the footy. He'll chip it backwards a bit. So they keep maintaining possession of the football. Kick to Jones, who's had plenty of the footy himself. We'll go to the boundary in a second as finds some space, take on the game, and great kicking towards the middle of the ground. South Croydon are on here, inside 50 in the direction of Wilson. Went over the top. Coombs will be able to pick this up nicely. Under a bit of pressure here. Just getting his handball away, but it's in a dangerous position. There's Cooper. Got it off to King. Almost pushed in the back by that Bajaya, but umpire will say, give it to me, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Dogs. They're 21 points in front. 20 minutes gone in this third term.
Umpire throws it up. King got knocked away by Harry in that stage. Charging through there was Dan Cooper, and we'll have a ball up. Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, boys, Charlie Oglethorpe has just asked to come to the interchange bench. He's getting looked at the physios now. He's just looking to walk it off, I think, so just one to keep an eye on.
Thanks very much, Chris Curtis. As the ball hits the deck, bottom of the pack there, Tommy Taylor. Try to restart this one. Rucks to go at it. King got the knockdown. Quick kick there that time by Lawler out of that danger zone. It's going to work out okay for them too because Hornsdale was there, but it got stripped of the football. McKernan inside forward 50, and they are just doing no wrong at the moment. The South Croydon side already kicked the first 4 goals of this final term, and they lead by 21 points, and they'll go for a chance through Tom Taylor to kick their 5th straight.
They look a bit shell-shocked here at the moment, Blackburn. Just a few hands on hips there, and the body language is not good from them at the moment.
They look like they've gone into their shell at the moment, and it's concerning to see. There's still obviously a quarter left, and they're kicking to the scoring end in the final quarter, but it's going to be interesting to see if they can respond.
You'd almost mark this one down. They're on that good of a roll at the moment, and he makes no mistake. That's gun barrel straight. That's 5 in a row now for South Croydon, and they have got a big lead out here. It's out to 27. No one would have thought it, would they? No. What a fantastic third term this has been. Impressive football, non-stop running and pressure and backing each other up. 11-3-69, the Doggies 6-6-42 Blackburn.
And they have taken advantage of most of their opportunities as well, have South Croydon. And just one other thing as well, I think that was Tom Taylor's first goal in South Croydon colours, or in the seniors at least. So they all got around him, which is great to see and just shows the culture of this team is pretty strong.
Big moment for him and for the Dogs. 27-point leaders at the moment. They've kicked all 5 goals in this third quarter. They look to go into attack again. Lawler with the hit out. Got off to a teammate. Make their way onto the wing, but they're well pressured. Tegg looking to make a tackle as the kick was pressured, and it spoiled over the line right in front of us. 23 minutes gone in this third term.
They need 2 goals or they're gone.
Well, they're in big trouble here. If they give away another one, might be too much to come back from. As we said, they don't look like it at the moment. They don't look like going forward. They don't look like scoring. It's been all South Croydon. They've got all the run at the moment. Getting it first there was James Hassan. He's well tackled and we'll get a ball up right in front of us.
I think the big difference has been Jones, Cass and Fitzpatrick have taken over in the midfield.
And there he is again. Jones couldn't quite grab it though that time. Lawler did well. He slammed it on the boot forward. This might be a chance of Blackburn. South Croydon still with the numbers. George at the front of the contest. Kicks it in front of himself. Taps it in front of himself. Keeps it moving. Grabbing it there was Wooler. Wrapped up in a tackle, and you're gone. Holding the ball. South Croydon will take it. And they are under the pump now, BWS.
Good tackle there by Nathan Kenny wearing the 88, 2 fat ladies. On the right boot. Squeezes a kick out wide. You allowed to say that anymore? Probably not.
Not sure.
It's a bingo term. It's not derogatory. Kilpatrick now on the left boot.
Can't be as bad as 77 legs diamond, did it?
Thanks for taking the pressure off me, Brash.
My pleasure.
Thanks. Good decoy. As the umpire to bring the ball back in. King in the front spot. Go up against Harry. Harry over the back. Blackburn just trying everything to get the ball forward and to create that opportunity. Hornsdale was there as we crossed down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, Oglethorpe's now got a heavily strapped upper left leg. He was limping a bit on it, but he's at the box now and ready to check back in.
Okay, so he's about to come on. That's good signs for them and linking up nicely. Here's Hubber, gets it over the top. He put his teammate in Brown under too much pressure. And a strong tackle coming in. Aldous made sure that was completely stopped in his tracks and will have a ball up 50 out.
Sorry, you're not going anywhere there.
So King and Harry. This time it's Kilpatrick to get the clearance for the Dogs. Kicking towards the boundary line. Bit of space here. Running onto it first was Blackburn through Brown. Got the handball off. Went back to Ma. Ma looks to send the Burners into attack. Punch from behind. Again, I have to say South Croydon's defence has held up really strongly this quarter. This time it's the pressure from Blackburn. May have been unlucky not to get a free kick for holding the ball, but
have to say James Fassan's done some nice things for South Croydon in this third quarter.
Yeah, he's looked nicely, and there's Kilpatrick again, just slams it on the boot. Forward, Marotta got past his opponent, almost won the footy. Blackburn with some numbers around the contest. Ma looks to go inbound to right, and they'll switch the play here until it's the far side. And Coombs has got this one. They line. The mark taken there by Epple. 25, almost 26 minutes gone in this third term, so there can't be too much longer. They would love a goal before three-quarter time, but they won't get it here because it's a turnover right into the hands of Chris Jones.
And that defence has been led by Chris Jones. He's done superbly in defence.
Big Jonesy winds up. Pretty up and under kick, but travelled every bit of 45. I think it's going to be a free kick the way of South Croydon here for a push in the back.
Murata?
It's exactly the way it's going to go. Murata on the right boot, goes out wide. He's King. No, sorry, it's not King.
Cass?
Yeah, Cass it is.
The long sleeves.
Spot on as the sun starts to finally show face today out here at Morton Park. Harry got a knock on that one, looking for the safety of the boundary line. He's going to get it eventually, and over she goes for a boundary throw in. So a bit of sunshine, which is good to see. Which is exactly what Blackburn need. That's going to help them stage a comeback. Certainly don't want a wet weather football game in this final term, and they'll come home with the breeze as the
just watch this
time.
King and Ainsworth
Bit of argy-bargy.
toe here.
A little bit of feeling here, and it's expected to be so as well, as the Dogs had all the running in that third term. They are on fire at the moment, and it's their game really to lose as they go into three-quarter time with a very, very handy 27-point lead, 11-3-69 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They lead Blackburn 6-6-42. The major goal kickers on the ground. 5 goals to Dan Cooper. What a display he's put out there today. 2 to Kilpatrick and to Sheridan, while the major goal kickers for Blackburn are Dorian with 2. Also, Toby Wooler. He has 2 also. Well, that's 3 down. There's 1 to go. Can Blackburn stage a miraculous comeback? What a quarter it was by the Doggies in that third term. We'll be back right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Anzac Day special between Blackburn and South Croydon. And at three-quarter time, it is all the Dogs, 11-3-69 to 6-6-42. They kicked 5 unanswered goals in that third term and have put themselves into a commanding 27-point lead. Into the final term, I'm Ryan Long, joined by Josh Ward and Wayne Brasher and Ben Warren-Smith. Brash, dominant third term. They won it through the middle. They put a lot of pressure on Blackburn and were able to make the most of it.
Yeah, as soon as they put their key ball players into the midfield, South Croydon, Jones, Cass, Kilpatrick, all of a sudden the opportunities opened up for them with some beautiful ruck work by Max King, where the midfield were able to take opportunity, and then they were able to isolate and give their forwards, and Daniel Cooper came into his own there and took control of the game with 2 very, very important goals. But I think the thing that was really important was I just was watching Blackburn. They looked a bit shell-shocked, Josh.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes in the third quarter, it almost felt like that they didn't know how to react or what they needed to do to get back into the contest.
Well, really, it was just those pressure acts from South Croydon and their willingness to move the ball forward at every opportunity. Like that was really on display in that quarter. The pressure acts were up, and Blackburn, it felt like they were a bit under perceived pressure, you could argue. But yeah, they genuinely looked shell-shocked, and it's going to be interesting to see what Anthony Fagen does. If he switches some magnets, one magnet I noticed that was switched. Billy Hicks was thrown into midfield. As we cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Coach Anthony Fagen from Blackburn. How did you see that third quarter from your perspective?
Yeah, obviously disappointing from our perspective. I thought South Croydon got control of the game in around the footy, and they played the game in the forward half and ultimately put some scoreboard pressure on. So a couple of adjustments for us, but ultimately we've got to get our hands dirty and we're going to step in and win the ball around contest.
Yeah, nice. And I know you had some lineup changes there. Dorian going into midfield. What do you look to gain from that?
Yeah, we just need some speed around the ball. I think their pressure's been really good, but we want to make sure the game's played in our forward half and we give ourselves an opportunity to win. So, Macca will go around the ball, Coombsy will go forward. So we just made a couple of slight tweaks, but yeah, ultimately it's going to come back to the contest and see how we go.
Yeah, beautiful. Just last one for you. You mentioned quarter time of very calm, 3/4 time huddle, still very calm. Is it just letting the boys know, we've got this, no need to stress?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we back ourselves in from endurance. We look like we're not running on top of the ground out there, so we've got to make sure we finish the game well.
Beautiful. All the best for the game. Thank you.
Thanks there to Chris Curtis with the senior coach of the Blackburn Football Club, Anthony Fagen. I like the move of Mackenzie Dorian into the midfield. Get him involved a bit more. Was a little bit lively in that second quarter, but like many Blackburn players, probably went out of the game in that third term. As we go to Blake Tennant, who was out at the South Croydon huddle.
Yes, I was. Brendan Allen was very, very, very happy with how the team went in that third quarter there. Just as well, he's just saying, we've earned this. That's the thing the key message was, 1 quarter to go. This is going to be huge for South Croydon if they can pull this one through.
So let's get underway for the last term. Eastland match of the round. South Croydon 27-point leaders going into this last term. It's Jones through the middle again. The clearance forward for the Dogs. 1 or 2 more goals might just put Blackburn to sleep tonight. Ball tapped forward. Running onto this was all the numbers through Hubber for Blackburn. Trying to get it out to Ainsworth. It was cut off. And he lays a tackle on Dano King. And we're going to get a ball up just outside forward 50 for South Croydon. 30 seconds into this last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, Brendan Allen knows that Blackburn have to roll the dice here and take some risks.
Well, here's Reed, got the handball off the horse nail. Took on a couple of opponents. He's run down by Dano King. It's play on advantage. Or is it going to come back? It's going to come back, I believe.
No, you can't do that. That's absolute rubbish. I don't agree with that at all.
So it is coming back to Dano King. Teg took the advantage and missed it.
Nah.
And then the umpire then made his decision to bring it back.
The definition of wrong town, Wayne Brasher.
Yeah.
If he kicks that goal, does he bring it back?
Well, that's...
Exactly. No, he doesn't. That's the whole point. And that's where it's not right. The advantage is advantage. You take it or you don't. You stop if you don't back yourself in.
Well, Teg certainly took it. But it's coming back to Dano King, who will be kicking just inside the arc, about 45 out. That kick on its way. It's going to fall short. Mark by Murata. In front position. And you just can't let him have front position like that. And he's going to line up. He's going to snap this around the corner. give them a commanding 33-point lead.
Giving himself a nice angle here too. He probably should have been a lot sharper.
So here he comes around the corner. Was that touched off the boot? No, it wasn't. He's put it through, Murata. Murata's got 2. And the Dogs extend their lead. 12-3-75, 6-6-42 Blackburn. 2 minutes gone in this last term.
Well, exactly, Josh, what you don't want to happen in the opening minute of the last quarter.
Well, that's something Blackburn didn't do. They didn't even score in that third quarter, kicking to the Central Road end of the ground. So very concerning for Blackburn. They're really going to have to roll the dice. Now, you could argue it is almost game over.
Make a case for him. Someone make a case for him here.
I mean, there's still obviously probably 20-25 minutes left, but just the way the game's going, I can't see Blackburn coming back from here.
Yeah, well, let's see what they can do. Can they get the clearance? They do this time. Ball bounces up towards the half-forward line. Hands and knees. Reid, he's been working really hard all day for Blackburn. Strong tackle by Answorth, but going nowhere that time was Matt Jones for South Croydon. Let's ball it up.
The one thing that South Croydon have done beautifully this afternoon, if they've broken Blackburn's rhythm on the ball.
Slap down that time, straight down the arms of Matt Jones's throat. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Beat all players with the wrong and bounce. Wilson, he did a little bit of curling the candy there. Kicks it wide and hits up his target as well. And guess who's got it? Daniel Cooper.
And you wouldn't put it beyond him, BRBS, to kick a goal from here.
Yeah, I reckon, he's kicked 5 today and he's just been putting them through from everywhere.
Yeah. I reckon if he kicks this, you'd have to say if we were given an award, this would be goal of the day.
So it's the toughest spot on the ground with the wind today to kick it from. Cooper comes in, he keeps it low, and he keeps it straight. Oh, he's a class act, isn't he? He's going to go a long way in taking away the best on ground Anzac Day medal today, Dan Cooper. You'd almost pencil him in now with 6 majors. And South Croydon, well, this game's over. I'm calling it right now. It is absolutely over. They've almost doubled the score of Blackburn out here. Nobody saw this one coming. No. 13-3. How straight have they kicked all day? 81 to 6-6-42. Blackburn can't buy a goal.
Well, it just shows how good South Croydon can be at their best. They have the talent. They have the experience to really take it up to sides that have started the season off well like Blackburn, and that's exactly what they've done today.
Love to see the percentage of time in the forward half in this second half for the Dogs. They've been dominant. Here they go again. Kilpatrick to James Wilson, and he's been quiet. So that's probably a big sign for them. He lays a tackle there. Couldn't quite. Here's Hubber. Just got his hands away. Falling out to Kenny for the Dogs. Ma in defence of Blackburn. Got the handball off to Harry. Looks to take on his opponent. King just gets it away. Gray off to, I think that's Dorian. And he's kicked down the line. Finds Wooler. Inside 50. Man over the back in Coombs. Was able to pick that up nicely. Swung around and puts it through
Great
for
goal.
a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. And boy, did they need that one. 7-6-48 Blackburn to South Croydon. 13-3-81. We've almost played 5 minutes into this last term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It was almost a goal, Josh, that came out of nothing, really, wasn't it?
No, it was really good ball movement and a pretty decent setup, I have to admit, from Toby Wooler, who, like pretty much most of the Blackburn lineup, has gone quiet as we go down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, Oglethorpe's just come off. He's got that heavy strapping on the left upper leg, as we mentioned before, but, muttering words under his breath, it really looks 50-50 about whether his day's done or not.
I reckon he's got a really bad corgi.
Well, if they can get a couple in a row, maybe a spark can come from somewhere. I've been really surprised. Paddy Cotter, who's been Blackburn's #1 defender all day, who shut down James Wilson, has not been moved once to go to Cooper. And I thought that's a move that probably could have been made in that third term, but nonetheless.
The other player for Blackburn that's had no impact, and normally is really good in the midfielders, but Jay, he's been well covered this afternoon by Marshall.
Yeah, he's had no room to wiggle, or he's had barely any opportunity to be creative.
Inching forward, little knock on that time by Marshall, the man of the moment. He goes after it again, little toe poke off the ground, goes out towards the Marauder direction. He'll go after it again. Wilson came charging in to lend his support, hitting the deck. There was Cotter, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Dogs' goal line. 6 minutes gone. The margin is 33 points. Going to take a lot here. Wilson out of the pack. Kicks it to the top of the goal square. Who's going to be there? Michael Dunn picked it up. Got the handball away just in time. Strong tackle by Halloran. Umpire was quick to call that one. Gave himself a hug and will ball it up. Left forward pocket out here. Centre road end. Morton Park. Good crowd out here today on Anzac Day. Weather's held off for everyone. Harry was very happy to knock it. He was looking for the behind, but it eventually went over the boundary line and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Well, we've gone 7 minutes into the last quarter, Josh, and Blackburn have had it in their forward 50 for 45 seconds.
How lucky enough to get away with a goal there when they did go forward, but otherwise it's been all South Croydon. As you said, Harry out of the ruck, got the kick away to the skipper in Lawler. Looks to play on right away, the handball off to Ainsworth. Ainsworth down the wing, it's an intercept mark there, well done by Chris Jones. And he'll hold things up before he sends South Croydon forward in no rush. They have such a dominant lead, 33 points. Jones goes in the direction of Marotta. Out the front, a quick little handball there from Billy Hicks, and they get going forward, but it's going to be coming back the other way. Out of mid-air, Matt George kicked it forward, laying a big tackle there, Liam Cox. You can hear the South Croydon supporters up and about on the other side of that fence. They're not going to be rewarded with a free kick, but it will be a ball up on that far wing.
The thing is, there is still a lot of time left in this game, and they're panicking. Blackburn. They've still got to use the time.
Well, here's might be a chance, but actually it's going to be a push in the back from Paddy Lawler, and a freak South Croydon's way, and the skipper doesn't that.
He's had a good game, Paddy Lawler.
I think the thing is, I think Anthony Fagen probably should have opened with him in the in the centre lineup, Paddy Lawler.
Here's King, he just pokes it inside forward 50. Why wouldn't you kick it in the direction of Dan Cooper over the back there, Marotta? They've got the fall of the ball here. Here's Tom Maher with the lovely 70s tash. Kicks it up towards the wing position, but straight down the throat that time of Tom Shink, who will weigh up his options for South Croydon. Squeezes a kick sideways. Matt Aldis takes the mark. Again, he'll go backwards now. They want the switch, which they've worked really well today, the Dogs. Mark's been taken by Chris Jones.
Played well, Jones, in that back 50.
Yeah, he's done well. Finds Willis, who certainly had a good game as well. Willis on the left boot. Goes back. Just playing with them a little bit here, the Dogs. Shink finds out and eventually gets the target. Aldis was out there. Coming in from the side was Hammond. He created the spoil, but the Dogs had the numbers of the fall of the ball. Marshall handball over the top to Willis on the left boot. Found a target at centre half forward. Going up for it was King. Dropped what he probably should have taken, the big man. Went after it again. Got dispossessed of the football. Charging through there was Kenny. Picked the ball up. Got the handball away. King was slapped to the ground. The umpire said play on. Well done there by Answorth. Little handball in the middle of the ground. They're under pressure, but now they're away. Handball over the top. It was looking for Bajaya. He couldn't quite trap the football. In came Teg. Bajaya has him. Umpire says, give it to me, boys. Let's have a ball up.
When you're under pressure, you fumble. And that's exactly what happened there with Blackburn. They had the ball and they fumbled.
Can they make the most out of their momentum of play at the moment? Here they go forward. The kick from Epple. It's cut off by the Dogs, who look to clear it out in front of us. Blackburn with all the numbers, but a drop mark, and there's that perceived pressure. Had no one around him. They raffle it off between each other. Dorian getting in there, Dano King. Lawler got the handball over the top to Ainsworth. Snaps it on the left. It might just bend through.
That was a goal out of nothing, really.
And maybe it's not over. 8-6-54 to 13-3-81. South Croydon leading. 10 minutes gone in this last quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I reckon they've only had 3 inside 50s this quarter, and they've kicked 2 goals from it, Blackburn. That's exactly what they need to do. Pretty much every inside 50, or at least every 2 inside 50s, they just got to get it on the score.
My worry is that they've been killed in the middle.
Yeah.
They need to get the centre clearance and get something going.
They need the likes of Jason Reid to really step it up. He needs to start just trying to bullock his way through.
Loved watching the work of the best goal umpire in the business, Dave Parker. Watch that one go through on hands and knees. Comes out now. Here's Hornsdale for Blackburn. Another go up towards the half-forward line. Getting underneath it there was Lawler. Couldn't take the mark, but went after it again. Had a fresh air shot, so it was picked up by Fasan on the right boot for the South Croydon side. Up towards the King direction. He's playing centre half-forward at the moment. Right on his hammer, though, was Cotter. Goes after it again. Push on Michael Dunn, or was it a free kick against Dunn? Which way is it going to go?
Against Dunn.
Disappointed with that one. So a free kick goes the way of Cooper. Can he kick one from here? He's already got 6. Will he go for 7? He slams it on his boot. Goes towards the Wilson direction, but it's been chopped off by Tom Maher, who's been really serviceable today. Down back for Blackburn, and he'll have the relieving kick.
So he kicks down the line. Chance here for Wooler. Takes the mark. They look to play on right away. Time is still still on their side maybe. Reed, he'll go back to Wooler here, right on the boundary line. And he's pushed off by Chris Jones.
Just need to show some composure here, Blackburn.
If they can get the next one, it's back to 21 points, and who knows what can happen from there, but still got a fair bit of work ahead of them. Off to Reed in the middle.
Panic.
Reed kick inside 50, finds the skipper. And he's pushed as he marked.
Now, Paddy Lawler...
not calling 25.
Paddy Lawler, this distance is right in his wheelhouse here.
Well, we saw last year at Morton Park, he was slotting them with ease.
That's right.
If there's ever time for a captain's goal, this is it.
Yep.
Bang on.
It's the definition of it. He's going to be about 45 metres out. Bit of an angle. Paddy Lawler lining up to bring the margin back to 21 points. Kick is going to fall short. Just to the left, so minor score 8-7-55 to 13-3-81. 12 coming up to 13 minutes gone in this last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just the last 2 or 3 minutes, Blackburn have just finding a little bit of space.
Liam Cox went short to Marotta, who's made his way down to the back pocket. Kicked 2 goals today, had a great game. On the right boot, drives it out towards the wing position, right in front of the Blackburn bench. It falls down to Dorian on the right boot. He's kicked 2. Can he kick 3? He can kick 3, and this game is back on. 3 goals to Mackenzie Dorian, and Blackburn, well, they went to sleep, but now they have certainly woken up. 61 plays 81, 13 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Do they still have a sniff, Wayne Brasher?
They certainly do, and it's all come down to, once again, the midfield. That's just the last 2 or 3 minutes, Josh. Blackburn just have won a few crucial decisions, and they just managed to show a bit more poise.
And Mackenzie Dorian as well. He has provided that spark in midfield. He's had a couple of moments of brilliance in this entire contest in general, but especially this last quarter.
It's back in the middle again. Hicks got off to Dorian. Was he caught high? Yes, he was. Umpire saw it. So Dorian now will send Blackburn back into attack. They trail by 20 points, but it was up to 39 at one stage. Big fly for Lawler! Almost took it down. Comes out to the fall of the ground. Is Lawler got the handball off. Kick towards goal. Mark, almost Wooler. Did he get a foot to it? Not quite.
Bad luck for Billy.
And I think it was Coombs, not Lawler, that actually flew for that one. That would have been...
Holy dooly.
That would have been your Ringwood Mazda mark of the week. Blackburn 9-8-62, South Croydon 13-3, 81, 14 minutes gone in his last term.
There's been a couple of specky mark efforts here from Blackburn as we go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick one. I thought I would say this. Max King has just been on the bench for a while now. You know, you want your starters on your ground right now. This is a time for Max King to be on.
Whispers.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, didn't want him to hear that one as it comes out now. Tommy Mark kicks the ball inside 450. It might be a free kick to Hammond here. It might be a free kick to Blackburn. And it certainly has been paid. So, man who we pinged at the start of the game, Brash, who really might have been a telling player today. He's been very quiet, but can he step up when needed most?
Well, they've controlled the contest the last 7 minutes, Blackburn, because South Croydon were, for the opening 8 minutes here, they kicked 3 goals and took control of the contest, but all of a sudden, the last 7 minutes have belonged to Blackburn, and they're coming home here.
You don't get the reputation of a class player if you don't put these ones through, and that's exactly what he does. Here come Blackburn. 15 and a half minutes gone here in the final term, and it's back out only to a 13-point margin. You wouldn't have read about this only 5 minutes ago. Let's cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so Max King's coming onto the ground now. So South Croydon's midfield is Jones, King, and Kilpatrick. That's what you want. They've been off the ground a bit at the moment, so that's what you want now for South Croydon. Their starters are on now. Let's see if they can lift here.
I understand why you've got to give King a break. I mean, he's not superhuman.
Yeah, I know, but he's a superstar, and South Croydon need him.
But superstars sometimes need a break too.
So back in the middle again, Reed. The clearance here. He's caught high. It's a free kick again. Momentum's the funny thing in this game, and Blackburn have it at the moment.
And especially when the crowd is right behind you.
They're going to play on right away. Ainsworth inside 50 in the direction of Hammond.
He's
mark. That's a mark.
Yes.
Ringwood Mazda mark of the day contender on the second juggle. Take a look at that on the replay screen.
And this is why this player is so mercurial, because he can turn the game in 5 minutes with some absolute fantastic marking and goal kicking, and he could once again bring Blackburn even closer.
Well, we didn't see him for about half an hour, and then he's lit up in the last 5 minutes. Good time to do it.
Good players sometimes only need 5 minutes, Josh.
That's right. Jake Hammond lines up,
That's
bringing it back, working its way back. Margin 7 points. 11-8, 74, Blackburn, South Croydon, 13-3, 81. 17 minutes gone in the last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Their mercurial forward is up. The crowd is up and about as well. It's all turning towards Blackburn now in this contest. We go down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, Chris Jones perched out in the defensive 50, heavily favouring his right leg there.
Funny thing is, in the first half, the key forwards had no influence on the contest. In the second half, Cooper for South Croydon, now Hammond for Blackburn are starting to impose their will on the contest here.
Turning out to be an Anzac Day classic out here at Morton Park. Quick kick by Kilpatrick up towards the half-forward line. First player to meet it, though, for Blackburn was Hubber on the left boot. Drives it out towards the wing position. It was a good kick, too, because the skipper was out there, Lawler. He's had a monstrous game for Blackburn. He leads by example up towards the half-forward line. Coombs takes it. There's still 2 kicks from home. Go the Hammond direction. He's on fire at the moment. That's exactly the direction he's going. Jakey's there. Knocked away from him. For the ball. King got the handball away. That was
Good
okay.
smother.
Face arm was there. Little handball out. Comes that towards Kenny. Quickly gets that boot to ball and up and under kick. Michael Dunn was in the front spot. Underneath him. Ball stays alive at the fall of the ball. There was Halloran. Got the handball away. This is okay. Fasan now on the right boot for the Dogs. Scrambling a kick up towards the wing position. Charging after it there was Winter. Created the spoil. Second effort was great. We'll have a boundary throw in.
You almost feel like that South Croydon need a goal to arrest the momentum here, because the way things are going, Blackburn are heading for victory here.
All the Blackburn fans listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, they're driving quickly back to the ground, back to Morton Park after leaving 10 minutes ago. It was 39 points, it's back to 7. Still a chance here. Coming up to 19 minutes gone in this final term. The ball on the outer side. We've got another ball up. Front of our boundary riders on the wing. King with the tap out to Kilpatrick. It's well contested by a few Blackburn players, and this ball just being held up here.
I reckon this has got all the hallmarks of a 30-minute quarter, this one.
King again against Harry, got the tap down. South Croydon desperate for a goal to just swing the momentum back their way, but it's Blackburn going forward, looking for Hammond. Out the back was a South Croydon player, just threw it on the ball, threw it onto the boot. And the bouncing ball is an interesting one. Coombs made it, and he was tackled there by George and wrapped up into a tackle.
They won't mind this, though, South Croydon.
No.
Stoppage after stoppage. It's still in Blackburn's forward half, though, which helps them a lot.
Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. You must be enjoying this one. 98.1 Radio Eastern, YouTube, Facebook, around the globe. An Anzac Day classic stoppage. 60 metres out from the Blackburn goal line. They are on fire at the moment. They're currently trailing by 7 points. It comes out. Nicely done there by Marshall. Kick was smothered. Ball stays alive. On the deck there was McKernan, who just dragged it in. But Jaya was there wanting it. The red jacket screamed for it.
Well,
the umpire said, no siree, Bob.
You would have been stiff to be given a free kick there.
King had the front spot, knocked it down. Quick clearance there by the Dogs, but straight down the throat there of Harry, who takes the mark. The big ruckman going to unload and kick it into that hot spot. Oh, he got the big dinosaur like, got the handball away, and the umpire's pinged him for a throw. I thought that might have been a bit stiff there, but nonetheless, it's going to be a free kick to Sheridan for South Croydon. Now, this is a chance just to take back some of that momentum as he kicks it up towards the half-forward line, but in position A was Patrick Cotter. What a game he's had. Switches the ball across the ground now. Out wide there was Brown on the right boot. They've got players. They can keep going. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. It went over the top of Hammond's head, but in the position A there was Coombs, knocked away from him. Kilpatrick at the fall of the ball. Little handball over the top. Scooped upon by Wooler on the right boot. Kicks it inside ball 50, and here he is again. Well, you want the Stars to step up when they're needed most, and that's exactly what Jake Hammond's done. He's already kicked 3 today. This is a difficult shot for a left footer, as the ball will be pushing across the face of goal, but you can't put it past him.
No, well, that classic comment of mine could come right back into play here, BWS.
It's all about you, Brash, as the ball is in the arms of Jake Hammond. 21 and a half minutes gone in this final term. Jesus, good to be back calling alongside you. Brash as Hammond comes in on the left boot. It's a helicopter punt right to the top of the goal square. There was nobody home, and this mark has been taken by Tommy Shink, who will just calm things down for the Dogs.
He certainly does, wants to slow things down. Coming up to 22 minutes gone in this last quarter. Still plenty of time in it. It's a 7-point lead to the Dogs. It's going to come back. Billy Hicks takes the mark. About 60, 70 from home. He'll just send it long towards the hot spot. Who's going to fly for this one? Out the back there. And strong hands by Jones, who takes the mark in defence for South Croydon.
Been important the last 2 or 3 minutes here, Jones. Just steady, taking some steadying marks.
That's what they do. They'll just take some time. Who's going to fly for this one? King went early. Hicks almost took the mark. Dano King had it, got rid of it. May not have actually dispossessed of the ball properly.
He got
they
stripped.
may have got away with one there, South Croydon. 22 and a half minutes gone. 13-3-81. 11-8-74.
Knocked down there by Harry. Comes out in the arms of Fasan, whose kick was smothered. Picked up there by Reed on the right boot, who pushed it wide. But every point is valuable at this stage of the game. There's without a doubt about that. And it's 1 goal the difference out here at Morton Park. 13-3-81 South Croydon. 11-9-75 Blackburn. As they're wasting no time, South Croydon will use the broadcast side of the ground as the kick goes towards the King direction, who had to stand strong, and good jukes there by Big Maxi. He takes the mark and he's going to slow things down. He weighs up his options, keeps it towards the boundary line along. Good kick too. Good mark taken by Jimmy Wilson. He's been quiet, but it's a telling mark at this stage of the game as he pokes it in towards the forward pocket, and a mark has been taken out there about 55 metres out by Jones, and he's going to suck up every minute, every second he can on this clock.
3 experienced players standing up in the crucial moments. That's exactly what you want if you're Brendan Allen.
So that was really good poise there by Wilson.
Well, as we've said before, it's a difficult spot to kick a goal from, but we saw Dan Cooper make it look easy only about 10 minutes ago. This is such an important kick. He winds around now. Jones on the right boot. He sets up for goal. It's got the legs, has it? No, it just falls short. Picked up by Dunn, who scrambles the kick out of the danger zone and has gone out of bounds.
On the full.
And it has gone on the full as well, so it will be a free kick going the way of King, who's the first player to be there, and he'll have a shot. Really difficult angle, this one, but once again, he'll eat up that valuable time.
Well, they didn't want to rush it because 6 points, just a point here might be enough.
So
Max
King,
they had that in mind.
Got the Doggy faithful, the cheer squad. They're down there. They'll tell the story if he can slot this one home. Biggest kick of the game. It's 1 goal the difference. King comes in. He keeps it high. He keeps it long, and he keeps it pretty on line too for it's a point. Don't worry about that.
Handy
it's 1
point.
and a very handy one too. Margin back out to 7 points as it is Hubbard to bring the ball back in, wasting no time.
Is there enough time for Blackburn? They're going to have to move this quickly through Cotter. Look to play on straight away. Got off to Gray. They link up into a dangerous part of the ground, but they've got to do this. They've got to take the game on. Reed's tackled. Got his hands just in time. Dano King got the ball forward for the South Croydon. They tap it to Jones. May have caught one high. He's wrapped up in the tackle. What does the umpire say? Says ball up.
Well, that could have gone either way. Over the shoulder.
Probably a good call.
It was a very good call.
I like that. 25 minutes gone. 13-4 to 11-9. A 7-point lead to South Croydon. Jones just bullies way through and he's caught.
That's gone.
Took him on. And now can Cotter, and they're mucking around with this a bit. He's just wasting some time, Jones, which is
professional
smart behaviour as Cotter for Blackburn sends it towards the direction of Hammond. Went over the top and a mark taken by Liam Cox. They wanted a free kick. Cox goes down the line. Big fire. He almost missed it. And it was actually James Wilson who at ground level took the mark.
Taking some calm marks in this last
And there's the siren. South Croydon hold on. 13-4-82 defeating Blackburn. 11-9-75. They were 39 points up. It got to 6. But they hold on, boys. And their first win of the season is a big one.
It's a massive one. You wouldn't have thought of this just given the form that Blackburn were in and South Croydon were in. But it's but this is the blueprint, I reckon, for Brendan Allen, especially that third quarter where they were just so dominant. Terrific performance and another Anzac Day win for South Croydon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's about 3 in a row, maybe 4.
I reckon
that's... look at recent history.
I reckon that's 4.
South Croydon won it, I think, last year at home.
Yeah, they did. So that's a fantastic win for the South Croydon Footy Club. The boys on the boundary will be trying to grab a couple of interviews before we go to the next ad break. But having a look at the goal kickers, Daniel Cooper was the big one, who kicked 6 goals. Marotta kicked a couple, Sheridan kicked 2, Kilpatrick kicked 2, Taylor kicked 1 for South Croydon. For Blackburn, it was Jake Hammond in the end who finished with 3, 2 late goals to get him up and about. Mackenzie Doran kicked 3, Toby Wooler kicked 2 in the first term, singles to Reed, Horsnell and Coombs. But interesting game. We said it was game over, and they gave us a bit of a scare.
Yeah, that early crow can come back to haunt you sometimes, but I had Ray Bear over the back here going, there's no chance they can't do it, so we felt pretty safe in that. But it was you don't give up a lead of 6 goals and expect that you can come back and win a game of football. That's just giving too much away. And well done to the South Croydon Football Club, who came out in that third term. We know, and we've talked about it, it's been around for years how important that third term is to come out, put your stamp on the game, and they deserve to come away with the chocolates. Let's go down to Blake Tennant, who's got a couple of stars with him.
Yeah, just got Dan Cooper. Dan, what a game of footy. You know, you were challenged again, up by 39 points. What was the message you would say during that quarter? Because Blackburn, they definitely came at you and you got the win, so you must be pretty proud.
Yeah, it's a big effort from the boys. We just had to lock it down and stoppage after stoppage and grind it right till the end.
5 goals, I think it was today. Really important performance. 6. Anyway, talk about, the South Croydon, 0-2 coming into today. What was the confidence-wise from the group today coming into Anzac Day? Massive game against Blackburn. What was your, all your focal points coming in?
Yeah, there was a lot of confidence coming into the game. We've obviously new coach BA's come in and implemented a new game plan, and it's taken us a little bit of time to sort of adapt to the way he wants to play and do it as a team, and it sort of showed it come together today.
It was me with Brian Kilpatrick. Obviously down 4 at halftime, you came out and blew the socks off the place. What was the message at halftime?
We probably felt like a control around, which was something we focused on. We've lost stoppage the last 2 weeks. We had a bit of control. We weren't a lot of it. But obviously in the third quarter we started to get on the end of it. To be fair, Blackburn's credit, this ground so small, that is really important, and that's where they got their run on. They just kept on this quarter, but thankfully we held on.
Yeah, and as the leader of this team, when Blackburn go and get that momentum, what does it mean to you to be able to, look to the boys and say, hey, we've got this, calm down, believe in ourselves?
Yeah, look, obviously it's bloody challenging. Any team would say that it is really bloody hard to do that. Like, teams get a run on, it's bloody hard to stop, especially when there's a bit of a breeze and they're smashing at stoppage. But just to stay calm, like, obviously we had enough control and 40 points up. So if we can just get back to the fundamentals, try and lock the ball in, get some repeat stoppage, and then lock the ball in our forward half. Again, we weren't really able to do that, but that was the message.
Oh, mate, congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thanks, mate.
2 of the stars of the South Croydon Football Club, Braden Kilpatrick and Daniel Cooper, who kicked 6 goals. Blake tried to rob him of 1. But he was fantastic, and he was probably, we might find out if they do a Anzac Day medalist who wins it. Would you give it to Cooper? There's quite a few stars on this South Croydon side. I always favour the forwards. I'm a bit of a forward fan, but Kilpatrick's was great in the middle. I thought Matthew Jones was fantastic, but Daniel Cooper finishes with a 6, might pinch it.
Well, I think you've got to look at it over 4 quarters. I think Jones had a real impact in the third quarter, but really didn't hit. That was only when he came into the game. So I thought really the only 2 players I think for South Croydon that really could put their hand up for the medal would be Max King, because I thought he was sensational on the ruck for most of the afternoon, and obviously Cooper. I think sometimes you need a match winner, and he kicked some crucial goals in that third quarter, BWS, and then that one in the forward pocket in the last quarter, that really sort of sealed the game for them, really.
Yeah, really important goals, and at telling times as also. And both sides have made their way off the field, so I don't think there'll be an announcement or such of who might be that Anzac Day medalist. So we might actually even get the boys on the boundary to go have a chat with the umpires who are making that decision today, just so we can let everybody know who takes away that award. So, but obviously, it's just this is a sort of win today that can really create that confidence and build that momentum after a slow start to the season that the Doggies were looking for. They came down the barrel today. Here's the song. We'll try and get it as best we can. Well, we're trying to join in the chorus, but it doesn't look like it's going, so we'll let that one go, and I'm sure the boys will be able to come out and get us another interview or two as well, because we might not have enough time for that. I'm not too sure, but at the end of the day,
boys, get out of there.
Turn them off, Lee. Turn them off. It's but what did Blackburn do now? They came into this game as favourites today, 2-0, a good start, and maybe surprise some people with an early win against Vermont this year, and all of a sudden they were up and about, and this sort of just brings them back down to earth a little bit, doesn't it, Brash?
It does, BWS, and I think this has been Blackburn's Achilles heel over them many, many years. When you expect them to beat a side below them, all of a sudden they put in a performance that sort of is out of character.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they could have been 3-0 today and sitting on top of the ladder heading into a weekend. Now they've sort of opened that door again, Ryan, for other sides to get a win and close that fifth position up.
I've just always had problems with their consistency.
Yeah.
It's been the tale of the story the last couple of seasons. They have a really good win, and then the week after they have a poor performance. I don't know what you make out of today's game, because when they did get going, they looked good, but it was in patches, and that's an issue. It certainly wasn't a four-quarter performance for them. I'm just not sold on that. I don't think they're a contender. They're still a fair way off that. I think they can certainly play finals, but I think that's almost their limitation.
Yeah.
I can't see them going, too far deep in a September series. I think they're just they're still quite a young side. If you look at some of the names on the page, a lot of these guys are probably in those early 20s. Compare that to a South Croydon list when they get going, and their problem is their depth, South Croydon, when they do lose these players. But when you look at King, Kilpatrick, the other King in Dano King, Shink, Jones, these are some really strong players, and it certainly paid off today. We're going to go to an ad break, and when we're back, we're hopefully going to get another interview from the boys from the boundary. But out here at Morton Park on Anzac Day, it is South Croydon 13-4-82, defeating Blackburn 11-9-75.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Day, Blackburn versus South Croydon. It is full time here out at Morton Park for Anzac Day. And Blackburn have lost by 7 points, 11-9-75 to South Croydon 13-4-82. So a 7-point loss was actually out at 39 points if you just joined us in the early stages of the fourth quarter. Bit of a late fight back, just fell short for the Burners. So South Croydon get their first win of the season, a big one for them, and Brendan Allen returning home to Morton Park. I'm Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Josh Ward, Matt Spider, Lee Spider's joining us as well. We haven't heard your thoughts in half-time where Blackburn looked to be on top of the contest, but after that, you've got to give credit to South Croydon. They were absolutely fantastic in that third term.
Yeah, they were, Ryan. Look, ultimately, the game was lost in the third quarter for Blackburn because they didn't work hard enough kicking it against the Breeze. They didn't score. So, ultimately, they lost their method. They lost their system. That's when it all fell apart for them. And then they got themselves in a position where they found themselves 39 points behind, and then they've had to come back late in the game, and they've subsequently fell short. The reality was that when you get a player like Cooper kicking 6 goals, and then you get players through the midfield that were willing to work a little bit harder at times, that's what you get in terms of the result. And throughout the game, players like Kilpatrick, Jones, they were getting their hands on the ball first, getting that usage, and then Blackburn, as good as they were at their best through that last bit of the last bit of the last quarter, we thought, perhaps they might pinch it right at the end. Look, the damage was well and truly done. And at times, Blackburn's style of play, playing that fast game, using their speed, using their outside run, they did look good, and they got the ball in nice and long to Hammond and also to Wooler, but ultimately they weren't able to put the forward pressure on when it was really required, and particularly in that third term. They needed to keep the ball in their forward line, and they weren't able to do it. Their back six did stand up at times, but I just felt that South Croydon, they adjusted their way that they went into their forward line. They lifted their vision. They executed their skills just a little bit better, particularly with the Breeze in that third term when they kicked those goals, and that ultimately got them over the line in this game. And they walk away with the 4 points because they used the ball a lot better when they were going forward, particularly after half-time in that third term, and they were on top for that whole period of the game.
Well, just back to that point about the quick ball movement of Blackburn, I was really impressed by that, and maybe it could hold up against young sides like Vermont, like Berwick, obviously in the last couple of weeks, but you look at South Croydon, they're a very experienced lineup.
And they know how to temper, they know how to change the mode of the game, because that's the way that Brendan Allen coaches. You adjust the mode, and they alluded to that in the interviews just prior to the break. Being able to play fast, being able to play slow, look for the stoppage when you need to, take time off the clock, which they did, and they did it very cleverly, and they utilised every second that they had. You look at teams like Geelong, they are the masters of doing it, and today was a fine example of the way that South Croydon did that, particularly in that last 5 to 10 minutes of the last quarter.
Speaking of AFL, have we got an update on the Collingwood-Essendon game?
We
haven't got any
10-point lead to Essendon with 13 minutes to go in the third term. It's 57-47.
That's what we want to see. We don't see a Collingwood win.
But it is a good lesson, boys, for Blackburn going into big games going forward, because they need to take some things away from this game.
Well, what they need to take away from the game, Spider, is the fact that if they're going to be competitive against the top 2 or 3 sides and make an impact in season 2024, they need to increase the time that they play with that intensity in the final quarter. Instead of playing 20 minutes, they need to bring it for 40, 50 minutes.
That's right.
Well, these are the types of games, if they are going to be contended, they just have to win. And that's just as simple as that. And it will be a disappointing result for them, but in saying that, it is round 3 and they've still got a lot of work ahead of them. Maybe it's a bit of an early wake-up call if they are going to go deep in finals, but it'll certainly be interesting. Some interesting games on Saturday with Premier Division. We'll be able to talk about that tomorrow on the Weekend Forecast podcast, as well as Saturday, the big game between Vermont and Roval, the match of the round. The boys on the boundary actually getting Matt Jones at the moment for an interview. So before we do get him across, just a quick couple of thoughts on the Premier Division as a whole. As you said off air, Brash, a lot of sides would be pretty happy actually to see South Croydon pinch a win here, because it does make things a little bit more even comparing the top 5 and the bottom 5 of the ladder.
Yeah, I think the last thing we wanted this weekend was the sides sitting 2-0 going 3-0 and all the other sides going 0-3, because then that really would have thrown the cat among the pigeons, right, for those bottom 5 sides, because as the weeks progress it gets more desperate. But with Blackburn winning today and that 8-point game, that game at Balwyn and East Ringwood now becomes equally as important.
It certainly does. Josh?
Yeah, I do agree. I think it becomes massive now because that means there's at least going to be 2 sides that sit 2-1 in the Premier Division season, as it looks like Blake and Chris do indeed have Matt Jones down on ground level and will cross down.
I have to say, I gave him at the start of the day a bit of a sneaky pick for the Anzac Day medal, and he can't be far off. I don't know if they've given out one, but
I'll probably do that at the after-match presentations in the social rooms, I would suggest.
I'd say so, as Blake Tennant is about to put on his headset to talk to Matt Jones after a fantastic win for the South Croydon Football Club. They're off to their first win of the season. Blake, take it away.
Hopefully we can get some confidence from it.
Before we get to you boys, just quickly, I got little Lenny here, who's Matt's daughter.
Yep.
How do you think Dad went today? Good. How good? Really good?
Oh, thanks, Len.
There you go. All right, I'm going to throw it out to you boys for a couple if you got any.
Matty, congratulations. It really was a crunch game for the club this afternoon. I'd have to say though, like with your game, it just seemed like that when you went into the midfield with Cass and Kilpatrick and then Maxie King in the ruck, that third quarter, you used every guile and experience between the 4 of you to get South Croydon really into the contest. You would have been really happy with the dynamic in that third quarter.
Yeah, we definitely were. That was something that we all spoke about at half time, sort of up to us leaders, I guess, in the midfield there. We've got a fairly sort of old, experienced crew in there. So Dano King was in there as well. So we sort of lent on that experience there in the third quarter.
I think too, Matt, what's really important, the 2 players that had probably the biggest influence on the ground were missing from your side last year in Max King and Daniel Cooper. And once again, they both came up spades this afternoon, especially in the fact that Jimmy Wilson was well held this afternoon.
Yeah, Coops was massive. I don't know how many goals did he kick in the end?
6.
Oh, did he kick 6? Yeah. So he's been a really, really fantastic player. He's a sort of player that can play anywhere. The last couple of years he's played up on the wing and he's also played half back. But today we sort of felt like on the smaller oval, if he gets the ball and he just doesn't miss, so he only needs small opportunities and to sort of kick 6. And then also Max, Max didn't play at all last year, so to have him in the ruck and also being able to push forward as well, it certainly helps us.
Mac, congratulations on the victory. What has Brendan Allen brought to South Croydon since he's come across from Blackburn?
Yeah, the main thing I've sort of noticed with him is it's more sort of structure-wise. He's got a really sort of simple game plan, and he just wants everyone in the team to just sort of play their role. So not a whole lot's changed really, but that was probably the main thing that I've sort of noticed.
Matt, it's BWS here, mate. Congratulations on the win. I just wanted to talk about some of the guys down back who I thought were great today, that being Ben Willis, like Nathan Kenny and Tom Schink. They really stood up today. Yeah, they did. The ball was coming in there really, really fast, and all those guys, as well as Chris Jones was also massive as well. He took, mark after mark down there. So all the boys back there played their role today. What happened to the number 87 jumper today? He opted for the 93. Just
yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I mean, surely there's a rule you can't just change jumpers every week, can you? I don't know what he's doing, but whatever he's doing seems to be working.
As long as it's not over 100, Matt.
Yeah, that's right.
And Matt, what's been the biggest difference from today, obviously, to the last couple of weeks, especially in that third quarter today? You got on top in the middle of the contest, in the middle of the ground. Is that a bit of a difference from the last couple of weeks against a Noble Park side who jumped you? Yeah, I think so. I think it's sort of one of those things on these smaller ovals. You just have to get the ball out of the middle. And last week we sort of were nowhere near it, and obviously the week before that as well. So this week on the smaller ground, we just had to win the centre bounce and try and enter the ball in fast.
Matty, well done on your game today. Sensational result for the playing group. I suppose looking from a more broader point of view from the team aspect with things going forward, where do you think this team's major improvement can be in season 24? I mean, where's one area you think perhaps, after the disappointing year of 23, where's a couple of those areas you'd like to just keep improving, just so that in the weeks going forward that we can, really, measure and assess how South Croydon are really going to stack up as the season goes on?
Yeah, I think defensively is one of the areas last year that really cost us. Teams were scoring against us really, really easy, so that's been a focus of ours over the pre-season, trying to defend first and then worry about attacking after that. So we haven't really seen it in the first couple of rounds, but I feel like today we sort of took a small step forward in that area.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt, for speaking to us after the game. A fantastic game from you and the club itself. They're off to their first win, South Croydon. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Matt Jones there had a fantastic afternoon. I thought he was one of the key cogs in the South Croydon lineup, and great to have him and his daughter down there speaking to us as well. King of the kids, were you about to say, Blake? Whispers is down there.
He did a great job.
He's a man of many nicknames. Whispers, Tonsils, and King of the Kids.
Yeah, he's a good character there, Blake. But fantastic win, of course, for the club. We've got a couple of minutes before we wrap off. What's happening tonight? It's Anzac Day. Do you go out after this, dinner or anything, boys? What's on the cards?
Bit of footy on the tally, and maybe flick over and watch a bit of the Melbourne Storm. They're going really nice at the moment.
What happened to that traditional game? They usually play the Warriors, Spider. What's happened there?
Well, the Warriors won a game of their own in New Zealand, so therefore the Storm have had to seek another opponent, and the South Sydney Rabbitohs are that for this season. But I think the Storm do a mighty job when they have that Anzac Day clash, whoever their opponent is, and they'll get a big crowd.
Yeah, well, they usually lose that a lot of the time too, so it's probably a good thing the Warriors are playing it.
It'll probably be a close game the way the Storm's going, because they're playing so well. But from a footy point of view, it'll be interesting to see the AFL games, but more importantly, a bit closer to home with the local footy. Plenty of stuff to read up on in preparation for the weekend, as we've got a big show coming up on the weekend forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh, Brash, what's happening?
I think it's still Thursday night, still down at Surrey Park, actually. So they'll
every night's down at Surrey Park. Isn't it?
Pretty much. No, they'll have the footy on, but I'm more keen for this Saturday. Premier Division Grand Final rematch out at Vermont Recreation Reserve, a double header out there as well, Ryan.
Absolutely, and Brash, I know you'll be looking forward to that one. First time seeing Vermont live this season.
I will.
And they're off to a slow start, aren't they? They need to get going soon.
They have to win on Saturday. It's really a must-win game for Vermont. They can't afford to go 0-3. I'll probably go home, have some dinner, and then start going through everything for Saturday, because I think it's going to be a massive game for both clubs, and I think there's a lot there was a lot on the line today for both Blackburn and South Croydon, but the stakes get that little bit higher for Roval and Vermont on Saturday.
I certainly do. Vermont, especially since they've started 0-2. Ben Warren-Smith, you'll be there as well on the Saturday, covering all the action. I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, another great Premier Division game coming up. If I knew Lee was going to turn the camera on us, I wouldn't have lied down in my chair.
I was just going to say.
That's how he's been lying the whole time.
It's like.
He's like bloody king for root.
We know when the king is back because here he is.
That's been his positioning all day. People coming past, feeding him food.
Grapes. Have a look at him, Lord of the Manor.
Know a lot of people out here too. You've been certainly doing the rounds. A lot of people coming up wanting to have a chat with you. It's great to have you back at the local footy.
Thanks, mate. I'm loving every minute of it at the moment, and it's great to be back on board in my happy place, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And Blake Tennant and Chris Curtis on the boundary today. They haven't got a mic on at the moment. There's Blake in the background.
They did well, though. Well done, boys. Really good today.
Good effort there. It was great having Chris back. Hopefully we'll be able to see a bit more of him as well. No, we haven't. That was your job that I messaged you to do.
First rule of boundary riding, never take your headset off until we're off air, mate.
Yes, that's right. But I think we gave the votes really to Cooper, Kilpatrick, Jones,
King?
The other Jones, King. Raffle them off. There were a lot of good names today for South Croydon. Thanks to Lee Green and Megan Green. Kate Green at home has been checking the live stream and giving us updates across the afternoon. Megan Green's done a fantastic job, and she had her birthday last Friday. And also Lee Green, who does an incredible amount of work behind the scenes that not everyone sees, and we're very appreciative for their help. We're coming to an end here at the Eastland match of the round, Anzac Day, and it was South Croydon pulling away with a very impressive win, their first of the season. They managed to take a 7-point victory over Blackburn. 13 goals for 82 to Blackburn, 11-9, 75. We'll see you tomorrow for the weekend recovery or the weekend forecast podcast, as well as Saturday's match out at Vermont Recreation Reserve when the grand final rematch in Premier Division takes place between
the Brasher Baird Cup
and Roval, the Brasher Baird Cup. So make sure to check all the action out on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM from 1:15 p.m. or on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Thanks for watching.